All right.
We had a wet vaccine.
Ooh. Hang on a second. I'm getting it together. Chat room, are you there? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Are we at 60,000 yet? I'm not going on until we get to 60. I'm kidding. Hold on. Three, two, one. There we are. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the show. You hear me? Excellent. Excellent. That mic is on, and that button was pushed, and this thing's going on, and everything's working, including the kidney. Rumor has it. Hi. Okay. I feel like, welcome to the show, by the way. Hello, chat room. Good to see you guys today. What's going on? God, I haven't even started the show, and I feel like I owe you an apology. Some of what you're going to see tonight is, in fact, disgusting. That's right. It's nasty. It's gross. It's just gross, and it has a lot to do with this fucking dude's face. Obviously, it's some gross stuff. Why am I so dark? Why is it so dark? It is dark. It was because the renal suspense is outrageous. It's true. It is indeed outrageous. Oh wait, I'm not on the wrong screen for that. But we'll get to there. But first, hit that like. Help us bounce up into the algorithmic stratosphere of the stuff you should watch. That's right. Watch out. This show could get fabulous very quickly. Just consider yourself warned. All right. I don't know why I'm enjoying this hat so much lately. I think it's the Dolly Parton thing the other day. Really. I think one of the other reasons why I like this hat is because I know that if I ever were to get video of Bongholio and put this filter on it so that he would be wearing this hat, he would have a panic attack. He would have a form of homophobic epilepsy so strong that he would snap shut like a jackknife. But anyway. So now, real quick, couple of things. Tidy stuff tomorrow. No show unless I can wriggle one out because I'm singing tomorrow night, and I gotta. The dream police, they live inside of my head. That's the. I'm gonna have to sing that like 55 times tomorrow, and along with. There goes my hero, is ordinary. That one. And I'm on my way home, sweet home. Tonight, I'm on my way. That one. Among others. So it'll be a big singing night. Yeah. So I've got to protect my vocal cords. I can never tell if this mic can even handle that stuff. I probably say, do you have to sing them so loud? Yes. By the way, there is a fantastic Your Getty Scared My Cat t-shirt available at the Teespring store and on the Twitch store. Just saying. Yeah. Hal saying it's the final countdown. We're leaving together and still it's farewell. And maybe we'll come back to earth, who can tell? Never heard it. I guess there is no one to blame. We're leaving ground. That's your part. All right. Anyways. No Jimmy Dore. Although, I have to say, CSL did tee up some fucking amazing potential doors, but I think we're going to have to We'll have to hit those on Wednesday or something when I'm lonely in LA and have nothing else to do. So it's the final countdown. All right, sorry. On Wednesday. Save that for then. I should do a singing stream. You know, it's probably the thing that would get me over the 60K mark the quickest. Let's be honest. Yeah. So, subcheck. What's up? 59725. Come on, people. We could make it. Just hit, subscribe if you haven't. Like, pass the show around. Share it on your social media. That kind of thing. If you're on Facebook, write something like you're really mad, like, oh, I can't believe he said that. And then use the angry emoji, because that apparently carries the grace. Oh, thanks. I'm very happy with my voice these days. It's, it's pretty, yeah, can you sing a Bed of Roses? Yes, but I won't, out of spite. I'm not a big, like, that era Bon Jovi. I have a chip on my shoulder about the Bad Medicine record. Don't get me started. Anyways, yes. So here we go. Let's jump in. Before, if I may, so Trump right here, he's speaking at some sort of like little farty gathering in Iowa, pretending it's a giant rally. It's his down home gatherings, but preceding this, or maybe closely thereafter, I don't know if you listen you can hear kind of faintly in the distance the sound of Trump going fuck after he said that he was going to destroy democracy, you know, kind of along the lines of
We're going to be appointing very pro-crime judges.
you know, like that, you know. He did that, like, we've been destroying democracy, or whatever the shit that quote is that's been making the rounds. And so it kind of freaked him out. So he had to quickly put out a video. Biden attacks democracy. You know, he cranked this shit out simply because like, everybody went, oh, fuck, you said you were attacking democracy, not Biden is attacking. And you could tell he just went, bah! And they had to, like, I don't care what I look like. I don't care what I smell like. I don't care what my fucking hair looks like. I need to tape a video quickly reversing that. Right? Yeah, I mean, he says shit like this all. He inverts it.
I've been involved in the two greatest scams in American history.
Yeah, his first election and his second election. I kid, relax. All right, now. So yeah. I saw a reel of Axl Rose in concert recently. Rough. He's hit and miss. It's all head voice, so it's tricky. Yeah. Yeah, his birth is one of two. Okay, all right. Fuck Hawaii. What do Hawaii do? Hawaii's great. All right. So let's go. All right, here we go. This is, he cranked out, I don't know how long this video is, but he made one of these, like, I think it's an Agenda 47, like, Biden attacked democracy. What I said was, I was basically right what I said. Oh, it's 2 whole minutes of mea culpa.
Joe Biden and the radical left Democrats are trying to pose as the defenders of democracy, but in fact, they're the ones destroying our democracy. Crooked Joe and his henchmen have tried to shut down free speech with...
Oh, he's sticking to this fucking teleprompter, kids. Look at him. He's doing the whole, like, I'm trying to look like this is me speaking, but I cannot take my eyes off of the teleprompter no matter which way my body turns.
a massive government censorship operation to silence their critics.
Yeah, you can tell by the fact that he's on Rumble posting videos whenever the fuck he wants between 2 American flags, and he's just done speeches all over the place. And yeah, you know what I wish? It's so weird. I don't know if you noticed this, but apparently I have not heard any criticism of Joe Biden lately from anywhere. I mean, it must be a very successful strategy. Also, Trump looks like shit. Let's just be abundantly clear. This is fucking rough. Like, we saw the up close of him at the Moms for Freedom or Freedom Moms or Libertarian threesome, the Moms for Threesomes or whatever it was, interview on their podcast where they took an hour interview and cut it down to 15 minutes, and he still looked like a worn out like scrotum. Is there another kind? I know. And it looks like he just walked straight from that, like, wait, take away the good lighting and let me do this again.
They're putting Douglas McKay in jail for sharing a...
Oh, wait. Do we see this? Hold on.
Joking meme about Hillary Clinton 7 years ago. Nobody ever heard of anything like that. They have 4 bogus criminal cases trying to put their leading political rival.
Fuck, man. Does he lay an egg with every sentence? Also, Douglas McKay, that's not, we looked this up before. He's mentioned this asshole before, unless this is the same video twice. Because I can't tell after a while. Douglas McKay, yeah. Isn't it Mackey? That's right. Yeah, this is an asshole. Yeah, this is the same Douglas Mackey. Have we? I can't tell if we watched this one already because they're all the fucking same. It's weird.
Me in prison. Let's put him in prison. He's leading by a lot. There's no way we can beat him. Let's put him in prison. Is
it just me, or is there a slight, like, subdued Gilbert Gottfried kind of an energy to this? Like, what was that? Robot. There's a robot outside the door. I knew it.
Running police state operations to infiltrate the Catholic Church as if it were a communist country.
As if America was a communist country or the Catholic Church was a communist country.
They're persecuting Christians and pro-life activists. They're persecuting anybody they want to persecute.
Yeah, just get in line. If you want to be persecuted, you better take a number, because we're persecuting them. They're getting persecuted as fast as they can. They're persecuting at a level that no one's ever been persecuted before.
They've labeled ordinary Republicans and parents at school board meetings as potential domestic terrorists. They're resettling millions of migrants into our communities, destroying our country like it's never been destroyed before.
Okay, I think we did see this one before. This is another. This is him finally posting the one that that Forbes put online. So maybe there's like a delay in that or whatever. Like destroying it like it's never been destroyed before. Yeah, right. It's the Roomba. I think so, Wes. All right, let's, if I may, before I jump into his speech in Iowa, let me do this. Okay, we obviously have to cover this dipshit. Now, hi, America. I'm Hal Sparks, the Democratic machine, a.k.a. the establishment, a.k.a. the deep state. That's right. I may not hit bottom, but I'll scrape the shit out of the sides. And let me tell you, I'm tired of being attacked by the man. And this is old Jamie Comer, who's apparently set up a green screen in his office at the Capitol, and is that's a lot of some of those stars are very big, so I don't know why you don't use it's not like the full image. Never mind. This is his apparently. So for those of you who don't know, Hunter Biden, when he was basically broke, his dad was paying his Joe Biden was paying his truck payments so he wouldn't lose his car. And yeah. And then at one point when Hunter got a job, or got this other deal, he started paying him back the amount for the truck because they like took over the payments or some shit. And so this has been around for over a year. New York Post did a story on this last year. I didn't cover it at the time because it was just so fucking boring. Right? So this is the big This is supposed to be. Chairman Comer releases direct monthly payments to Joe Biden from Hunter Biden's business entity. By the way, starting in 2018. So there you go. Hold on. Whoops. What the fuck?
There was an absolute wall.
Hold on.
President Joe Biden claimed there was an absolute wall between his official government duties and his family's influence peddling schemes.
Well, he never said there. He's never admitted that there is or said there was an influence peddling scheme. I would love to please play the quote of Joe Biden at a debate going, "I've always kept my family's influence peddling schemes separate from me."
This was a lie.
It's a fabrication. No one would say such a thing because it's fucking stupid.
President Joe Biden claimed his family didn't receive money from China. This was...
Well, he's taking the quote from the debate, which regarded the 1.25 or $1.5 billion investment fund that Hunter Biden, 3 years after this thing was formed, bought a stake in for $430,000. Like he invested his own money into it, as opposed to, never mind. It's fucking stupid.
Was a lie.
Which, by the way, never happened.
Lie. President Joe Biden claimed he never spoke to his son, Hunter Biden, about the Biden's family's shady business dealings.
That's right. And here's the thing. That's obviously a lie, because it's a Christmas tradition in the Biden family as Catholics to sit around and they do what's called like an open confession, where they all sit around and talk about their shady business dealings. And that's what they call them. As a matter of fact, I think he's trademarked the phrase.
This was a lie. Now, Hunter Biden's legal team and the White House's media allies claim Hunter's corporate entities never made payments directly to Joe Biden.
No, nobody ever said that. And again, it's Hunter using his business account to write checks.
We can officially add this latest talking point to the list of lies. Today, the House Oversight Committee is releasing
something that the New York Post put out a year ago.
Subpoenaed bank records that show Hunter Biden's business entity, a Wasco PC, made direct monthly payments to Joe Biden.
Of how much? How much were they? How much what do you think? $5 million, $1 million, $200,000, $250,000 a month. What's 10% for the big guy of $5 million deals? What do you think the amount is? How much? 500 gazillion? If you guessed $1,400 a month.
This wasn't a payment from Hunter Biden's personal account, but an account for his corporation that received payments from China.
Because he leased his truck under his business account.
And other shady corners of the world.
And other shady corners of the world.
At this moment, Hunter Biden is under an investigation by the Department of Justice for using a Wasco PC for tax evasion and other serious crimes.
No, he didn't use it for tax evasion, for not paying taxes on some of the money that he took in. That's his law firm, dummy.
And based on whistleblower testimony, we know the Justice Department made a concerted effort to prevent investigators from asking questions about Joe Biden. I wonder why.
I know. Because they're assholes who called him the big guy and were referencing evidence that cannot be verified. And if they brought it in on the case, it would actually cause the rest of the case to be thrown out. So if they'd brought in stuff from the laptop the Washington Post called a forensic nightmare, and the New York Post has never seen an original copy of that, and all the copies floating around have no traceable metadata on them, that if they had injected that into their evidence, then any first-year law student could have gotten it thrown out. I'm fucking so bored with saying this.
The more we learn, it appears the Justice Department was
the more we learn, the more we forget what we've learned.
Trying to cover up for the Bidens until brave IRS whistleblowers came forward and a federal...
Brave IRS whistleblowers. And of course, they rewarded them with extra funding so that so the IRS can hire more people like them to work very hard. Oh, no.
Federal judge rejected the sweetheart plea deal. Payments from Hunter's business entity to Joe Biden are now part of a pattern revealing Joe Biden knew about
You mean a pattern of checks and money that only happened a year after he had left the White House and was not planning on running again? That kind of pattern? A pattern of what is it? Private citizen behavior, I think.
Participated in and benefited from his family's influence peddling schemes.
You can't, asshole, he can't participate in his family's influence peddling scheme. He's the only one with influence. He is the influence peddling scheme, dumb fuck. What, do you think people were using Joe Biden to get to Hunter? What the fuck are you talking about? You think they were sucking up to Joe Biden so that they could get into business with James? What? Okay, and by the way, this isn't an accident. Listen to how he phrases this, and I'll explain.
Now part of a pattern revealing Joe Biden knew about, participated in, and benefited from his family's influence peddling schemes.
Okay, knew about, participated in, and benefited from his family's influence peddling schemes. Okay, first of all, since he's the only person with influence, really, they would be the one participating in peddling his influence, one would think. Also, it would kind of have to happen when he had influence, like while he was in the White House, which it didn't. Secondarily, how do they have an influence peddling scheme without him? Also, and like I said, there's a reason why he's phrasing it like this, is because all of it happened after, the payments they found, like the loan repayments, all that happened after Joe was out of the White House for a year and a half more, and deals that only occurred afterwards. So it wasn't like there was a deal memorandum signed or some business that was started while he was vice president and then it picked up after he left, or they signed some sort of contract that it would go forward. None of that exists. None of that's even presumed to exist. The reason he has to say it that way is because he wasn't vice president and he wasn't president at the time. And he's not even making from these payments don't even like chart. We're talking about, like, in the scale of things, fucking chump change.
When Joe Biden was vice president, he spoke by phone, attended dinners, and had coffee with his son's foreign business associates.
Okay. Had coffee with, that's after. While he was vice president, I think the only thing that they argue is that while Hunter was doing the World Food Program, Joe showed up and glad-handed and had a meal for the World Food Program. That's the single part of it. That was Hunter's business at the time. There wasn't a secondary aspect of that at all. There was no other Kazakh wealth that the U.S. had any play in.
He allowed his son to catch a ride on Air Force Two at least a dozen times to sell the Biden brand around the world.
You mean the whole idea that, like, his son was an addict, but he still loves him? That brand?
Hunter Biden requested office keys to be made for his office mate, Joe Biden, in space he planned to share with a Chinese energy company.
Okay. I guess the top of that office building that they were talking about, they were going to have the Joe Biden Foundation in part of that. Like, Joe and Jill were going to use part of the office if they needed it, or have staff go there. Never played out. CEFC deal never happened. That kind of shit. That's what he's referring to. After, by the way, he was in office.
Joe Biden received checks from his family that were funded by the Biden's influence peddling schemes.
How? How are they funded by the influence peddling scheme if he's the fucking influence and he's no longer in office?
With China, no less.
Okay. So, and what he's talking about is Yi Jianming giving money from CEFC into a holding account for a deal to buy a natural gas plant, processing plant in Louisiana. By the way, at the exact same time, while Donald Trump was president, Yi Jianming bought a $5 million apartment, a condo in Trump World Tower, and never set foot in the place, as far as we know. Just bought an empty apartment and sat on it. Just to have.
The House Oversight Committee continues to investigate Joe Biden's involvement in his family's domestic and international business schemes at a rapid pace.
So the investigation is at a rapid pace. This is just, maybe, you know what? Maybe I'm just missing something because it's happening so fast. Maybe that I see. Guys, it's my fault. I thought maybe I was just slow and I don't understand what the fuck he's talking about. So it turns out he's just moving so fast. We just missed it. It just zipped by.
We will continue to uncover the facts and provide transparency about the findings of our investigation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm waiting with bated breath.
President Biden and his family must be held accountable
for things you found that you don't like, that business-wise, that they did while Joe was not in office. Of all the years Joe Biden has been in office, okay, think about what you know about Joe Biden. Is that he's a career politician, right? That would be that's it, right? It's like he hasn't. What's the complaint on the right? He's never had a real job. He's always been on the public tit. He's just always been in Congress or the Senate, and then vice president. And now he's president. He's just a deep state warrior. Just always been in public office. And these motherfuckers managed to find private business deals from when he was a private citizen, the smallest fucking window in his life. Think about, in 60 fucking years, you can't find payments like this, that any of them happened, even the inking of a deal or any of this shit during the time he was in office. You have all this fucking time, and you manage, the only thing you can complain about happened in 2017 and 2018. Like, you literally found the only time in history he hasn't either been serving in office or not running for office. That's it. Yeah, Joe Biden started off as a Newcastle City Council member in 1970. So from 1970 to fucking now, the only payments, like checks that they're like, this is hinky as fuck, were loans paid back from his son and his brother because he had a book deal and he loaned them money because they're not great at business apparently. He loans them money, they pay him back, and that's the only window ever 60 plus years in office, 2 years where he's not in office or not running, and that's the only time you can find any shit like this. That's fucking magic. That takes fucking talent. Seriously, is anybody else pointing that out? Have you heard anybody else point that shit out? You're right. It's been 50 years or something. 54 years. 53 years. In 53 years. All the time he has been in office, and the only time they go, look at this check that came from, that his brother paid him money. We got him. When did it happen? When he wasn't in office. That motherfucker's always been in office. Well, not that year. That's amazing.
for this blatant corruption. The American people.
If it's blatant, find some from 2015. God damn. Blatant actually means something. You know what I mean? It's an actual fucking word. It actually has a purpose in language, right? Like the word evidence. It's different than information.
Expect no less.
Hi, Stargal. I expect you to dick around and waste everyone's time like this every fucking time. Can you imagine queuing up to see this dud every fucking day? He's got that China money. Yeah, blatant like Santos. Exactly. Jesus Christ. Like, honest to God, how is that not part of conversation? Like, Comer's an anus. I wouldn't say that's a little rude, because Anuses are useful. As a matter of fact, you need one. I don't think any of us need Comer. You know what I mean? It's like I've always said, kids. Opinions are like assholes. If you tell me you don't have one, I know you're full of shit. So, can't wait for the Biden impeachment hearing. Yeah, it'll be a tremendous flop. We've got bank records that start February of 2017, where we got payments for shutters and car payments and moving boxes and all these different types of monies spent, and all of it stops in August of 2018, of course, because then it goes to basically all campaign finance at that point. Honestly. And I know we have some trolls in here, and I'm sorry for you guys just gotta catch this in the dick all the time. I don't know. Do you still get excited when you're like, here comes some Comer? Do you get like, here comes smoking gun number 7? Really? Do you really get all wound up and you're like, come on, man. This is it. This is the one. The last one wasn't shit. And the one before that was a little stupid. And previously it's been really lame. But these truck payments, that's finally the thing. Notice, by the way, can I point out, if I may, that all during this video, the only other thing you see in 2 minutes and 39 seconds, besides this asshole's face and his ridiculous Free Dummy Caucus background, is this little graphic. That they put it together. Hey, man, I don't know how you even argue with that. 1-1 equals, 2-1, right? That's the one. Boom. There it is. Equation. Him to him. That the thing to him. And that's his president picture. So you know what happened then. And right? That's the only. Seriously. 2 minutes, 36 seconds. This motherfucker is releasing what he says is evidence to you that proves, boom, this is it. Direct monthly payments. Pow. And the only fucking thing in this video is that. Besides his derpy fucking face. That's what you get? That's what you get. Because let me show you real quick, if I may. Because it's all over shitter. Let's see if I can find this whenever. Let's see. Hold on. Wait 1 second. It's David Hyde Pierce. Okay. Okay, gotcha. Hold on. Let's see. Just Comer. Whatever. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, here Yashar Ali has it written out, which is pretty hilarious. So this is what he came up with. So these 3 payments of $1,380, totaling $4,140, appear to be Hunter Biden paying his dad back for a truck loan lease payments that his dad paid on his son's behalf when Hunter was low on cash. Sources a New York Post article about Hunter's finances and emails from the Hunter Biden email archive. This is where they got it from. It's the same shit. This is his guy posted like, oh shit. Like, and Bongholio, who, didn't bother to even fucking, he just went, gotcha. And that's, he's just fucking stupid. Received millions of dollars of CCP linked payments. Boy, that's a fucking reach. Linked payments. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Not only did Joe Biden sell out this country to the tune of nobody fucking knows what he did that was different from the policy of the Obama presidency. No divergent policy choices on his own at all. And not only did he do that, but they call it $4,000. He's a cheap date. The Chinese never, I don't even know why they thought they had to make the $1.5 billion investment fund for, that reminds me, it was, hold on, kids. So let's see, Chinese fund, Trump, okay. Let's see, where's this? Let's see if I can find this. Goldman CIC. Find Goldman. Yeah, so previous to this is a newer version of it. The China has a sovereign wealth fund. And well, let's see if we can do this. Hold on. Yeah. Why is that in there? Hold on. Whoops. Update 2. Looking up one thing, if I may, as you always do. Let's see. I got to look for an older article on this. Yeah, here it is. Let's go all the way back, shall we? Okay, so for those of you that don't know, a sovereign wealth fund usually has to do with like owned natural resources by a country. A lot of oil-rich countries have sovereign wealth funds, which is think of it as the payments that Alaskans get for all the oil that's taken out of Alaska, and there's kind of like a payment that goes out to everybody. The Saudis famously have a sovereign wealth fund that became big news, especially when MBS was trying to suck back some of that money from his rivals and his, I guess, his free-roaming asshole cousins, right? Where they were locking people up and snatching some of the funds back because they needed it to keep the country running. So China has one. It's called the CIC. And curiously enough, it started making deals in the United States. And now, the idea that they would want to invest in the United States is one thing, but you would want them to do it through another entity. If you were going to let them do this, if you're going to let them invest in stuff in the United States or buy stuff up, they would have to do it through an American company like Goldman or Blackstone or something like that, right? That's the idea. Well, Trump was like, fuck it. So if you don't know, here's 2017, back when Trump was like, I'm going to make daily deals like you've never daily dealed before with the daily dealing, Trump trade reboot spurs U.S. push by China's sovereign wealth fund. In an interview, CIC President Tu Guangshao says fund hopes to significantly increase direct investments in the U.S. And boy, did it. Remember all that stuff about them buying real estate near military bases and shit like that? Yeah, all during the Trump presidency, but then it became a problem once Biden got in office and he started cleaning it up. Okay. China's sovereign wealth fund is ramping up efforts to crack open the U.S. market, looking to seize on a recent thaw in the two countries' trade relationships. There is a potential for Chinese companies to make more investments in the U.S. and vice versa. China Investment Corp President Tu Guangshao in an interview said, "We want to build up mutual trust." Encouraged by U.S. President Donald Trump's meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping in Florida in April, and a broad plan announced last week to reset the two nations' trade and investment relationship, Mr. Tu said the fund hopes to significantly increase its direct foreign investments in the U.S. in the next few years. Now, guess what? Guess what's part of the CIC? If you guessed CEFC, which is the company that invested in the natural gas thing that Hunter Biden was part of, that was part of that deal. Remember that in 2017? Remember the year 2017 and 2018? Remember when that's when this is? Huh? It's also the year that Yi Jianming from CEFC bought a condo in Trump World Tower for $5 million. Apparently, they were just giving him like coupons with $5 million on them because you can do anything you want as long as each little part of it only costs $5 million. So, On Friday, the fund, which has more than $200 billion in foreign assets, is opening a New York office, replacing what that had been its only overseas representative office in Toronto. The move marks a shift in strategy. CIC had avoided a U.S. presence for years, frustrated by the investment environment there. U.S. regulators have been hard on us. We can't even name one symbolic direct investment in America. Now, think back, float back, kids, and 你们都知道我会说中文. So you all know I speak Chinese, and 我去了趟北京很多. I've been to Beijing a lot. I've been to 中国很多. Been there, China a lot. So think back on what we know now about what China has been doing with U.S. business investment and our intellectual property and all that shit, right? Over the last decade, right? Think back to this. And now, and look at this, not for the, we're announcing a businessy business thing, but for the, basically, corporate espionage and money suck that it actually was. Looking back, you can definitely go, this was some fuckery. And there's a reason why the Obama-Biden administration and previous administrations were like, nah, we're good. We don't need, we don't need you to put your money in here. A, you fuck with your currency all the time. We have no idea what your actual money is worth. And secondarily, that, if you invest in crucial stuff, we got to regulate what you can invest in the United States, especially when it comes to technology and all kinds of other stuff, because there's defense and our own personal national security, like food and safety and all that kind of stuff. So, nah, thanks, but no thanks. And then Trump rolls in 2017. He's like, I get Trump, a Beijing, World Tower made after this shit's all over. Let's make it happen. And so he has this blatherfest with Xi Jinping in Florida, and poof, CIC announces this giant investment thing with, by the way, without a sidecar. They're talking about it again because they're trying to, thaw relationships, but they're going to partner with Goldman Sachs in the process. Now, they did a little bit with Blackstone later in the deal as it was starting to sour, as a relationship was starting to sour, but they've cut that off. So anyways, U.S. regulators have been hard on us. Now, I want you to remember that the next time Trump says we cut more regulations than any administration in history. There's a reason for that. Okay. The fund, formed in 2007 as a way for China to diversify its stockpiles of foreign exchange holdings, is closely watched by investors worldwide as a major source of capital and as a proxy for China Incorporated's ambitions on the world stage. In the past few years, it has sought to invest directly in the U.S. real estate and infrastructure, but while U.S. holdings, mostly stocks and bonds, now exceed 40% of the fund's overseas portfolio, it has largely relied on outside asset managers such as Blackstone Group and Carlyle Group to invest in the United States. You have to. Now, that was going to be the difference. Under Trump, we don't have to do that shit anymore. We can do direct investment. That's what they're talking about. We don't have to have gold, like the guys at Blackstone or now Goldman Sachs or whatever oversee it, so we can fuck around with this stuff all we want. If there's a problem, it's between us and whoever we bought the asset from, and they're fucked. And again, this is why the CEFC deal never went through, because Hunter Biden was insisting they have to set up a U.S. subsidiary. And they wouldn't. CIC was part of the CFC. So anyways, I just thought I'd float that along with his dumb fuckery. Now, recognize that in just a couple of seconds, I was able to show you an article from the Wall Street Journal from 2017 with available details about a thawing of relationships between U.S. and China that led directly to Chinese direct investment that included not only the purchase of an apartment in Trump Tower, but also this CEFC deal for this natural gas firm. That wouldn't happen later because they wouldn't set up this American system, which, by the way, this American affiliate. This guy put this in the screen. This is a sitting congressman. And this dumb motherfucker, that's what he gave you. I give you this just in a couple of seconds. And I mean, honestly, I could also just jump in there and go, I've covered on this show, I've covered the yuan versus the dollar versus the ruble versus the rupee. It's not hard, especially when I'm giving stuff not just as information, which I think guys should have, but also as what's the word? Evidence that what I'm telling you is true. But this dumb fucker gives you that. A picture with an arrow to another picture. Oh boy! And the weird part about that is that I guess you got to know your audience. Hey man, that's the kind of math I like, buddy. I grew up in an area where one of the most common phrases you'll hear is, you can't get there from here. You're going to have to go someplace else first and then go from there. Now, this is the kind of math I have enjoyed my whole life, which is this block is like that block, but they just next to each other. And this should be backwards in the arrow should go, because it's usually like father, like son, but this is like son, like father. Will the sins of the son be visited upon the father? Amen. Jeebus Christmas. Listen, there ain't nothing wrong with a little, making a little cash on the side, having a bit of a fucking hustle, man. As long as you ain't taking bribes while you're in office, I don't give a rat's ass. And you have to understand, that's the best eating. So, you can't argue with that kind of math. No way. By the way, like, subscribe, give a thumbs up, support the show. Share the show around if you're so inclined. Now, there was another thing. Let me try this. Yeah. Is there? Let me stay the. Yeah. Okay. So they had another one of these gaggles of the weaponization of the federal government bullshit. I'm glad you guys agree with Ficus that the ass of the rat is the most tender part. You should see him throw down on a bowl of Cheerios. It's disturbing. Anyways, speaking of people who could fuck a Cheerio and not break it, let me give you a Democrat and then two of the biggest doofuses we see on the regular. Now, and I don't know if he's going to play a clip for this because I don't pre-watch these clips. By the way, you're watching Hal Sparks Megaworldwide, and I think that shows taste and breeding on your part. Like, subscribe. That Venmo's there for a reason. I'm just saying, you could just buy me a cup of coffee if you felt like it. Take the cup of coffee challenge today. But this is Glenn. I don't know, doing a Godfather impersonation again, or just confused. And Matt Taibbi sat down for this thing with Schellenberger, talking about their censorship industrial complex. Ironically, the CIC, the same name as the Chinese Sovereign Wealth Fund. Now, let's say you were trying to create a smokescreen in the news for your idea or someone else's. Naming it after something that's also big in the news and might send someone down a rabbit hole or align with it and go, oh, or give them a big, I guess, adrenaline rush of fear. That's why calling your thing the CIC, while that CIC's out there flowing, might actually do it. Might be the thing. Also, as we've seen in the Twitter files, the amount of like dumb fuckery, the idea that there's actual censorship going on when the FBI and the CIA and others were like, that's human trafficking. That's against your terms of service, isn't it? And most of the time, but not all of the time, Twitter and other social media sites said, oh yeah, that is. Yeah. Taibbi, interesting enough, in this hearing, and I watched part of this hearing, their opening statements and some of the questioning. Oddly enough, Taibbi looks like he's confused about why he's there and is really just being led around by Schellenberger, who seems to be the point person on this idiocy. That said, I don't know what part they play in this, but this is Glenn Beck saying they are operating government psyops on Americans. They being the Russians? Of course not. Don't be silly.
Yesterday, there was
Oh my God, that's loud.
a very important hearing in Congress on the weaponization of the federal government. And I knew it would be a wake-up call.
Okay, first of all, yesterday, it was, I think it's day before yesterday. Now, it was not important. It was a rehash of the same shit.
About how close we are to living Orwell's 1984.
Shut the fuck up. All right. The winner of the most tired fucking analogy goes to 1984. This is just bullshit. This is like the most lazy pop culture reference you could possibly put in. It's like, I'm so over this shit. No, we don't live in 1984, you dumbass. Not at all. Not even close. If it was true, if it was even remotely close to true, you couldn't even make reference to 1984, you tit.
But in a surprising way, it was even more disturbing to me. And, you know,
why? Did they use 3-syllable words or?
No, in the super boring way that all government hearings are.
It wasn't boring. It was tedious.
I'm going to spare you from having to watch all of it. I have clips from it.
Right. You didn't watch it. Someone else gathered clips and showed you, and you did a little freak out, and then they arranged them. Shut the fuck up. There's no way he sat through the whole thing.
And then go watch all of it.
Yeah, right. But not while you're watching this. Don't leave.
I want to summarize what happened. The hearing started with a speech from the Democrat ranking member about how there is absolutely, positively, zero evidence that the government colluded with social media to censor people. Okay, this was the first 5 minutes. My eyes were ready to pop out of my head, but this...
Right, they pulled the clip for him. He didn't watch that. And that's not a good characterization of what was said, but it's true, though.
This is old news. We already know there's evidence. We've already...
No, you don't.
Seen the Twitter files and everything else.
Yes, and they showed no such thing. The Twitter files were ass. They were a child's understanding of sunburn. They were moronic at best and foolish and overtly, I would say overtly naive at best. Like it's like intentional naivete where they're like, let's just do some faux pearl clutching and pretend there's no reality in the world.
But then she continued on that theme, and then the Democratic committee members decided to talk about, instead of the government colluding with social media to strangle the First Amendment to death,
which never happened, or you wouldn't be talking into a microphone with your fucking initials on it.
They didn't want to talk about that. They wanted to talk about...
Yeah, why would you want to... Oh, for fuck's sake. All right. The reason they wouldn't want to talk about it is because it didn't happen. It's not happening. It hasn't happened. If any of it was even remotely close to what they were talking about, you wouldn't even be able to discuss it. That's the whole point. The fact that this motherfucker is talking into a microphone on the Blaze network, which has not been shut down, corralled, limited in any fucking way, is proof positive that this has nothing to do with free speech, and that there are terms of service on some of these social media websites, and they either agree with you that something violates their terms of service or are bad for business, which is the other factor, or they don't. That's it.
Donald Trump. Seriously. They brought in a witness, a former Homeland Security and counterterrorism advisor to Mike Pence, to talk about how Trump is literally Hitler.
In your testimony, you cited violent language, increasingly incendiary language being invoked by President Trump about his so-called enemies. One of the words he used was vermin. What does that echo in your mind? Anyone else come to mind historically who referred to enemies of the state as vermin?
Yes, the horrible Hitler.
And Goebbels.
Yeah, and Stalin and probably Mao.
No, not probably, motherfucker. You don't get to probably this. Who did it specifically, shitheel? Hitler and Goebbels specifically used that word for a reason. And it's a different word in German than it is in Russian and than it is in Chinese, right? You don't get to just go, yeah, probably other people have used it. Who did specifically? Who made it famous, I think is the key. Yeah. I'm sure somewhere in the world at some point in history before 1981, somebody said, go ahead, make my day, or I'll be back. But it didn't quite reach the zeitgeist. And when people refer to it, who are they pegging those lines to? Charlie fucking Chaplin?
Not good people. Not good people.
Right. And Trump is echoing not good people. Thanks.
But here she is echoing what every Democratic member said, other than that Trump is Hitler. He wants to ban all Muslims, overthrow the government, and he's going to start exterminating people.
Okay, first of all, nobody said he is Hitler. He's using the language of Hitler. And he's either doing it on purpose, which is disgusting, or he's so fucking stupid and vile that he's naturally come to the same conclusion as Hitler about his enemies or about other people from just foreigners in general.
Now, here's the second part of her testimony.
Weaponization of the federal government is a serious topic that requires sober analysis.
First of all, that wasn't the second part of the testimony. You played a question from the question and answer, which happened after this. Not that it matters, but this is just fucking weird, for no reason. Just this, you didn't show the beginning of her testimony. You're not showing the second part. All right, never mind.
Unfortunately, what we see here today, and what we have seen from this committee over the past year, is instead a politically motivated fantasy detached from reality. Members of this committee and their witnesses make grand and vague accusations about government censorship.
Yeah, this is all true, by the way.
But those foggy allegations are refuted by the facts that private social media companies moderating content on their own private platforms is not government censorship.
Oh my gosh.
It is those private companies exercising their own First Amendment rights to rid their platforms of misinformation.
There is a treasure trove of documents.
No, there is not.
You will not believe when you go down this rabbit hole, and
He hasn't. He has not. He's read half, at best, he's read half of Matt Taibbi's first Substack on this shit. This is like them saying there's so much evidence that Biden and Hunter were in business together. You're like, no, there isn't. You have information about loans they paid back or interfamily financial stuff. None of it points to a scheme or contracted behavior or changed behavior that came from bribery, extortion, or any kind of grand scheme for payments, for a pay-to-play or influence peddling. None of that. It's just information until you actually have a crime, and there is none. In this same thing, there's no fucking way he actually has gone through the Twitter files, because I have, and we covered them. It's idiocy. It's cartoonish, and the worst part about it is it's this false naivete. They like enforce a level of can you imagine something like this? Well, yeah, I can imagine the FBI being worried about human trafficking or calls to jihad-like violence or another 9/11 being, organized in the DMs on fucking Twitter and the like, or another January 6th even for that matter. Because I'm not fucking stupid. Of course they would use those kind of things. Those available tools, of course you're going to have access. So why in the fuck would they assume that nobody's good? No, this wouldn't occur to anyone.
Must go down this rabbit hole. When you go down the rabbit hole of what
is it a rabbit hole though? Is that the important thing? It's a rabbit hole. By the way, I'm just saying in probably too fine a criticism of his pop culture references, down the rabbit hole is madness. It's disconnected. It's fantastical. It's farce. It's like saying when you go up this tornado in The Wizard of Oz.
It was released this week, and I'm going to go into it here in a second. You will see the actual documents and emails. All right? It was like watching two unrelated hearings playing over each other at the same time. At one moment,
fabulous. Let's hear it.
There were witnesses talking about how our government is using psychological warfare against its own citizens.
Right, obviously, and you're not a victim of that because you're immune to it. Everybody else, though, are easily stunned sheep, you know, and if we don't see a story one place, we won't bother to go look it up anywhere else, and there's no Streisand effect. There's no instant rebellion effect in the American populace. If the government tells us to do something, we just all stand still. Get the fuck. But you are the one person free of all this. The one person who can see through the muck. Thank God Glenn Beck is here to save us all from being dough-headed fucks. Meanwhile, say rabbit hole again, motherfucker. Say rabbit hole again.
And then, boom, Trump is Hitler.
Well, for the record, he's too fat to be Hitler and also too old. For all the people who are like, this is how Hitler came to power. Like he lost the first time and then he came back and he did something terrible and stuff. Yeah, but he wasn't in his 70s and obviously on a hard fucking fade. So I'm not worried.
We live in two separate realities.
Yeah, that's true. We live in an actual reality, and you live up a fucking unicorn's ass. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Get to it!
It's like half the country recently came from an alternate universe.
Jesus Christ, he's reading this off the paper. Can't just say rabbit hole again? You can't just say rabbit hole again? Say rabbit hole again, motherfucker! Say rabbit hole again!
Which got melded into ours in some cosmic storm, or I don't know, maybe this is global warming or something. And
Mandela effect. How do you miss that one? How do you in the fucking doped up conspiratorial world you live in, how do you not go, is this the Mandela effect? Jesus, it's like we've mixed universes. That's exactly what the Mandela effect is. Oh, shit. I cannot keep track of conspiracy theories for these dummies.
Sometimes the portal rips open and the two universes sit side by side, yet totally separate.
Yeah, that never happens. Not ever. Unless you're kind of, what are you, describing the Thanksgiving table where you sit down and everybody there is like, the fuck's the matter with you?
We're talking about how social media is colluding with the government. This is not just censorship.
It's not censorship at all, dummy.
Colluding with the government, and the documents prove the U.S. intel and military-industrial complex.
Oh, God. The military-industrial complex. That's right. Yes, Boeing and Raytheon are sending memos to Twitter and Facebook to fuck me.
To literally change the way people in America think.
To literally not. No. If the only way this could possibly be true is if they concocted this whole fake chaos, this turmoil, this illusion of censorship just to drive people like you fucking bananas.
They are operating government psyops on Americans.
You know, it gets truer the more you make your hand go up and down. Don't let it freak you out that you're on the radio mostly and nobody is seeing it. Just keep doing the chop of the...
This is brainwashing. This is Manchurian candidate stuff. This is...
Yeah, you're running out of options here. Winter Soldier mind wipe. Fucking defragging your bleach bit. It's bleach. It's Hillary Clinton bleach bitting your fucking dome.
This is Ray Bradbury. This.
You can't just pull out a sci-fi writer, asshole. You got to be specific. This is fucking H.G. Wells kind of words on that books. This is like Philip K. Dick is in with a...
Where's Dick? Hi, Dick. Do we like Dick? Yes.
What?
You can tell he's like laughing at his own ignorance. He has no fucking idea.
This is the worst of the worst.
What? Leave Ray Bradbury alone. Why would you say? What do you mean the worst of the worst is Ray Bradbury? His stuff is excellent. Yeah, it's L. Ron Hubbard. That's the worst of the worst. No offense, Scientologists. Don't worry. I'm not coming down on you. Everyone's entitled to their own unique mistake.
And they didn't want to talk about it.
They didn't want to talk about Ray Bradbury or the worst of the worst, or how the government is defragging your hard drive. I don't know why they didn't want to bring it up. Could it be because it's a stupid waste of time? Okay, time is precious, and this conversation isn't.
This is a major issue.
Asshole, I think is what you mean. It's a major asshole, right?
Asshole.
That's right.
And we've got less than a year.
Less than a year? Well, then I guess you're fucked, because Biden's going to be president at least that long.
And if we don't solve this...
Glenn. Hey, come here, fuckhead. Let me tell you something. Don't roll this kind of bullshit out in front of people and give them a timeline of less than a year when you have a fucking Christmas tree behind you. Do you understand me? Don't start that shit when it is abundantly clear to everyone watching that you have never skipped a fucking dessert in your life, that you live a life of comfort and boredom most of the time. The fuck out of here. If you say shit like we got a year till the end of the fucking world, you better be gaunt, sweaty, dirty, and only talking to people through the lid of a submersed kerosene tank underneath the ground, you dipshit. What the fuck? Look at that Christmas tree. Nobody puts up the fucking Christmas. We got a fucking 1 year left or whatever. Oh, one of the bulbs is out. Let's try it again. What? This is what I like. Let's do the white and yellow light Christmas tree this year or whatever. I don't know. I think we'll go traditional this time or whatever. Fucking put up a Christmas tree and tell me the years we're a year from the end of the world. Also, where's your faith? If the world's gonna end, let go and let God, dumb fuck. Shut your show down. Send me all your gear. I'll have a great time.
We're done.
You're already done. You fucking turkey.
Now, I watched two men who both
and one cup that I couldn't even bring myself to watch that. But I know it's one of Glenn's favorites.
Think were both lefties. Okay, they were both Democrats and lefties at one point.
Oh no, you mean Schellenberger and Matt Taibbi? Yeah, it's funny that these guys who once were lefties, who all of a sudden just kind of come to their senses at some point, always end up starting their career in Russia. Huh. It's all, I mean, one might think that they were, paid to come over here and kind of just, pretend to be on one side and then shift as a destabilizing act because somebody's got some, I don't know, compromat on them or something like that. I don't know why I would think that, but
they are actual journalists, Michael Schellenberger and Matt Taibbi.
Oh, when you said actual journalism, those are not the names that I thought would come up. These are... You mean they're fired journalists who now have a Substack, which is great. And hey, you know what the nice thing is? Anybody can have a Substack. That's the cool thing. And you don't have some pesky editor making you write stuff that either makes sense or stands up to, fact checks. It's so much easier.
Former Democrats debating with a Democratic congresswoman.
By the way, former Democrats, he says out loud, as if he hasn't said multiple times that Democrats fought for slavery and it was that Republicans were the party of Lincoln and Democrats have always been the party of like slavery and, and enslaving black people and blah, blah, blah. Like that's the Democrats. But these guys are, never mind.
Woman who, so help me, was arguing that because there was only 35% of URLs labeled, removed, or soft blocked, that was evidence that there's no censorship.
Yeah. Because it was a suggestion, not censorship. 35% of the time, the social media platforms, specifically Twitter in this case, agreed with the government's assessment. 35% of the time. And by the way, 35% of the time, and that's not even factual. 35% of the time, there was action on it. 18% of the time, the URLs or whatever they were removed. And again, you have to keep in mind that in and amongst this, with all this talk about Trump and the election and ivermectin and vaccines and blah, 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 a huge amount of this stuff is human trafficking shit, calls to violence, jihadi fucking ISIS posts, people posting beheading videos and revenge porn. That's in and amongst that 18% that's fucking taken down, just for the record. Like, these guys act like all of this was just like all Trump ads.
And you could hear Matt Taibbi say, kind of under his breath, 35% of the First Amendment. Okay.
Yeah, that's because he's stupid. It was only 35% of the time did they agree with the government's assessment or the suggestion. And again, only 18% got ultimately acted on and taken down.
But at the same time,
He won't play that clip, though. He will not. Fuck, this is dumb.
Pence's former advisor was saying the only weaponization of the government we need to worry about is Trump, who isn't even in the government right now.
Asshole. She was referring to the fact that he said when he gets in there, he's going to put loyalists in the DOJ and intentionally lock people up that were his political enemies on purpose, because that's what he's selling to the American people, that he's being tormented because of politics and not because of his shitty behavior, his rapiness, his absolute inability to shut his fucking trap when he's already been found liable for in a civil case where he slandered a woman that he sexually assaulted and stealing classified documents.
And since he's Hitler, wouldn't it be best to get a hold of this government censorship apparatus before your Hitler comes back?
Well, the idea is that that's not the default of the system. And by the way, it also didn't work. This asshole is also somebody who's told you that Biden's a tyrant, it's communism, basically it's already over, and he's being controlled by Obama, who did the exact same thing. He was a communist and a socialist, and he was doing all this shit. So that it's already threaded in there. There's already a control structure. There's already censorship. There's already, a totalitarian system just waiting for somebody to flip the switch. And Biden's just biding his time, at his age. He's waiting for the perfect day to release this.
I have to tell you, there was also this bizarre effort to equate free speech on the internet with horrific crimes. Listen to this. This is one congresswoman, Democrat, asking Matt Taibbi if he was okay with having rape live streamed online.
Right. Because that's some of the stuff that was taken down. Don't act stupid. This is what I was talking about. This is this fucking artificial pearl clutching. This dumb fuck's like he would be for that. Asshole, that's part of the 18% that was taken down. That is the vast majority of the shit that is taken down. 100%, statistically speaking, most of the time, of that 18 to 20% of stuff that the government lets the social media companies know about that is either calls to violence or whatever that gets pulled down is exactly that. Remember those 4 kids that beat the special needs kid in Chicago? Remember that? And they live streamed it on Facebook? That was a right-wing talking point because the kids were black. So that was a right-wing talking point for a while. They would just play that video and this is what black kids are like. They did that on purpose. Okay. That was a live stream. That was from a live stream where these kids beat this kid on a live stream. That was one of the impetuses for them to be quicker in response. And Facebook often can jump on content that looks violent to the algorithm or to the censors when they're just like a huge screen up there and something gets flagged and then they immediately just kick it off and you lose your live stream even if it doesn't show that, where you can't even show referential violence because you're telling a news story or something like that because they don't want that to happen again. That's exactly what she was talking about.
Here it is.
Mr. Taibbi, yes or no, Should social media companies allow rape and murder to be live streamed by terrorists on their platforms in order to create fear and incite violence?
I believe that would violate their terms of service, would it not?
So your answer is no, it should not do, they should not be allowed to do that.
Live stream rape and murder? No,
Right.
I think that would count as speech that would be prohibited under their terms of service.
Good.
Okay, first of all, especially foreign terrorists or jihadis or whatever, they don't have the same rights as Americans. This is the other factor. Let me be abundantly clear. Not everybody in the world has the same free speech protections that Americans do, especially people posing as Americans. If the government finds out that somebody is saying they're an American when they are not, and they let the platform know this person is messing with political speech or whatever, but this is an account that's outside the country or comes from Russia, it's specifically there to fuck with people, that's not them. At no point is Twitter or anyone else denying that person their rights, because they don't have them. They come from a country that doesn't have those. They are an agent working specifically to fuck with people under a false pretense. It is as if, like, pretending to be a Nigerian prince who has $700,000 in an account, and I just need your PIN number to get it out so I can send it to you. That's protected speech. That's the other argument. And again, this is the vast majority of stuff that gets taken down.
It's not speech. It's crime.
Okay, stupid. The display of it. When a terrorist kills someone on camera or sexually assaults someone, it's not just for the act of doing it. It is to send a message of fear and control and to, warn their opponents and to say, that their people are in the right to be able to do this. Dummy.
It's rape and murder. That's not
For a political purpose. For a political purpose.
not speech.
So, all right. So this, I should be able to do this on live TV then, Glenn. If I come on the Blaze and I do this, will you cut away? You fucking dope. How about this, Glenn? How about I come on your show and I talk to you, and the whole time I'm on, because it's not speech, I'm not saying anything. I just got a crick in my finger. What do you want to do? So here I am, and I'm just gonna, if I come on your show, I'm just sitting there, and I'm trying to have a conversation with you, and this is not about what I'm saying. I'm saying something, and you're trying to interrupt my speech. You're not going to let me. You're going to blur out some of what I'm showing on the Blaze when it's not speech.
I have to play one more clip of a Democratic congressman calling the whole thing a conspiracy, but in doing so, actually explained what was happening oh so very well.
If we really want to talk about the weaponization of the federal government, we should talk about it, and that's Donald Trump. That's not this grand, crazy conspiracy of how the administration has utilized the social media companies against whom the First Amendment does not apply in order to suppress speech.
Thank goodness many of the committee members.
All right, what did he promise with that clip? Let's back the fuck up. Glenn, shall we? Glenn, tell us again what this clip's going to show us. Yeah?
I have to play one more clip of a Democratic
He's going to play one more clip of a Democratic
congressman calling the whole thing a conspiracy.
Calling the whole thing a conspiracy, and then what does he do after he calls it a conspiracy, Glenn?
But in doing so, actually explained what was happening oh so very well.
Actually explained what was happening oh so very well. Let's hear it. That's his description of what Dan Goldman's about to say.
So if we really want to talk about the weaponization of the federal government, we should talk about it, and that's Donald Trump. That's not this grand, crazy conspiracy of how the administration has utilized the social media companies against whom the First Amendment does not apply in order to suppress speech.
Yeah, I don't know why that explains it oh so well. Why? Yes, if you were going to censor speech, technically, if you force the a social media company to remove posts that they would otherwise leave up, that is not about the free speech of the people on the site. That is about the free speech of the owners of the company and the people they have put in charge of the content on there for, to raise ad revenue and to build the algorithm and to drive engagement and you throw a monkey wrench into the algorithm for every post you take down, because there's no way to statistically factor in an algorithm stuff that was manually taken out by other humans for no other reason than it's just gone. Unless there's some, you could program and explain it to the algorithm, like, sorry, that one over the line. This doesn't explain that at all. It's just, he was explaining their conspiratorial idea, not what actually happened.
Thank goodness many of the committee members recognize that.
So an agency funded and created by the government, a partnership funded and created by the government's
You'll get to it. Just keep saying.
number one stated goal is to censor true information.
No, that is not their number one stated goal.
And whole narratives, whole ways of thinking.
Whole ways of thinking. There's a government agency that's set about destroying whole ways of thinking. Like, I don't know, the kind of ways of thinking that would suggest kids test gravity by stepping off a 3-story building, those ways of thinking. I mean, why wouldn't you want kids to, to really, you want them to have faith in science? What is this, a religion? They should test it for themselves.
That should terrify everybody, Democrat, Republican,
Yes, it terrifies me that you and that asshole actually think something was said.
independent, young, old, anybody else.
This is so critical to
It is very critical.
understand. In whole thinking, this is
In whole thinking. Well, that explains your thinking, I think.
not about the old censorship. Twitter was censoring. That's not this.
Right, it wasn't.
There is censorship.
Not really.
But now we have added covert operations run and funded by the Pentagon, run by our military-industrial complex.
Again, explain to me how arms manufacturers are the people responsible for taking down tweets about ivermectin that Twitter took down some of the time and didn't other times?
In public-private partnerships to destroy the lives, not only the narrative, but to then destroy the lives of those who the government needs to be silenced, even if they know it to be true.
Sorry, you've said a lot of this dumb shit, Glenn. You seem to be doing all right. Very few political prisoners like Alexei Navalny have to wear a scarf to keep their waddle in check, Just saying, you seem to be doing all right. Schellenberger and Matt Taibbi are both making money off of what they're talking about. They've been called in front of this Congress 3 times. They've in no way been damaged or in danger from the government.
Then active disinformation run by puppet voices and bots to get you to think a different way.
Yes, that's what always works. It's the hashtags. I don't even have to think. I just put a hashtag and then it's all done. And then I can go back to eating crackers. That's the best part.
And it's not just about misinformation that's
Jesus Christ. Dude, you haven't even made a point yet.
out there. They want to block anyone on any narrative that might disagree with the government's.
Says the man talking into a microphone with his initials on it in front of a sign, an electronic sign that's at least 15 feet wide with his initials on it next to a Christmas tree while he wears suspenders and drinks from a giant super gulp Sonic cup in between breaks on his daily show.
Narrative and do that in advance.
Yes. So, by the way, they're going to shut Glenn down any day now, but not for stuff that he said, stuff that he's going to say. They're just waiting for him to go ahead and think it. So they go, he thought it. So now they can take him down.
Remember, Michael added something really important here. Whole narratives, whole ways of thinking.
Yes, there's a huge hole in his way of thinking. That's it. I don't know why. Why is that the Shazam moment? You fucking tool. And I just don't get why they think this is a dunk. It makes no sense to me. And by the way, I watched that whole thing. Hold on, let's see. Well, I'd get into it, but Jesus. All right, I got to jump around because I'll just get caught up in that. So caught up in you, little derp. Speaking of, I guess, sometimes there's a whole lot of dumb. Want a whole lot of dumb? Down. In one place. You get double your dipshittery. And you can always count on Roseanne to bring that to you. Roseanne has Tucker Carlson on her show. The hatred of truth is the hallmark of darkness. With Tucker Carlson. Now, I guess, is that the new name of her show? Or is that what he said and they said it together in harmony? Who can say? Here we go. You're watching Housemarks Megaworldwide. Like, subscribe, give a thumbs up, support the show. This is remember, Tucker Carlson was supposed to take over the fucking airwaves with his show on Shitter, and that was the end of legacy media. Fox, dead. MSNBC, dead. CNN, dead. And now he's on Roseanne's podcast promoting his shit. Hey, you got to do what you got to do, I guess. Who can say? Whoops. And this is so weird, too.
It's not political and it's theological. Is it within the realm of possibility that this movement that we're fighting now is actually satanic?
What do you mean?
Oh, for fuck's sake! Is it Satan or is it just an itch? Because I always wonder. That's my test in life. It's always one or the other. Is it Satan or is it a rash? That's basically like whenever I'm, you know what I mean? Am I feeling bad because I've done awful in the world, or do I just have itchy?
Realm of possibility.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
Because there's no other explanation.
No, it's the definition.
Or it's infiltration to destroy.
Of course, because it's not, look,
or both.
What's not satanic is like the Sicilian mafia.
Right.
They pimp out women, they loan shark, they sell heroin, but they
do it for human reasons.
Because they want to get a bigger house in Far Rockaway. I get it.
It's money.
It's
makes
money.
sense.
It's totally. Yeah. It's a commercial transaction. It hurts people. It's bad. It's illegal, but it's explicable.
Right.
Right, but then the devil part, in theory, would be the part that leads you to get the house in Far Rockaway by exploiting people as opposed to using your keen analytical mind for actual business, unless you're just, because that would be the difference between being addicted to sinful, awful, violent, terrible, victimizing behavior or whatever.
Understand that.
Yes.
No, nobody understands that. You're full of shit. That's just and again, by the way, this is him justifying Trump's shitty behavior because he has to go, Trump's just shitty because he just likes stuff. You know what I mean? That's not the devil at work. I'd have to tell you that Trump is actually the Satan-worshiping, grotesque beast that he seems to behave like, if I believe that for a second. So I've got to make this special mafia exception to evil.
What we're seeing now is not explicable. Mm-hmm. It's not. Why would he?
Yes, that yellow walls. Who does that?
Billionaire. You have $1 billion. You can't.
Who does a podcast in a piss-painted room? I don't get it. With light blue, foam blue furniture? It's nauseating. And you're going to tell me that mirror on the wall or that symbol or whatever it is has shells around the outside? We're going to just pretend that this kind of like pseudo-Floridian architecture and design finding its way to Hawaii isn't an abomination of Satan himself?
Can't spend it all.
Right.
It's much deeper than that.
Right.
And why would you hate things that are true that don't affect you?
Right.
Why would you hate things that are true that don't affect you? Like what? You mean like racial stereotypes, or is that where you're
You
going?
can't stand to hear something that's just objectively true.
Which means you're
That you mean like this? None of these people have ever laid eyes on either the Hunter Biden laptop or even the physical hard drive copies from anywhere else, nor have they gone through them and checked the metadata around them, not once. And quite frankly, I would argue all three of them have only seen printouts that Rudy Giuliani has held up. I would go there. Even her son, who's a fucking conspiratorial lunatic. Yeah, just mean like that?
What is that?
you're evil.
The hatred of truth is the hallmark of darkness.
Yeah.
The hatred of truth is the hallmark of darkness. So, I've been thinking about this for a very long time. The amount of, I hate truth. That's what it is. But you know what I hate more than truth? Consequences.
Yes, it is, absolutely. Well, because
Again, that's just like some variant of truth dies in darkness or some shit. He's like reworking the like the New York or the is it Washington Post?
I think it's a very dark system that was
Yeah, it's a system. It's got to be a system because it couldn't be as simple as just a beast.
Yes.
created over I don't know how many centuries.
Probably 666 centuries.
But
how many centuries? The reason she doesn't know how many centuries is because she means Rothschilds.
I think it goes back to really dark times, and it's
Yeah. Like there was an age. What is it? When was that? There was an age that was sort of like that, and I'll think of it later. I don't know. Something about rats and plague or something.
It's never disappeared. It's like they've been.
And this is where Tucker furrows his brow and tries to look interested instead of going, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Building and building for a really long
Well,
time.
you do see, I was thinking about this yesterday. I flew from Europe yesterday, so of course I had like 10 hours to read, which is usually bad. But I was thinking yesterday that there are certain periods in history where people become, I was thinking about the Spanish Civil War because I was flying from Spain, but I was also thinking about the French Revolution.
Because I was flying over France.
I was thinking
and I was eating brie in first class. And
about the destruction of the temple in 70 AD in Jerusalem.
Because I was like, I should go to Israel sometime. And then I was like, fuck that. And then because the person across from me was Jewish, and I was like, ew.
Two temples.
Yeah, 2 temples, but that was the last one that was destroyed by the
Yeah, the first one really is, they got a mulligan on that one.
Romans during the revolt. And there are these weird explosions of irrational hatred, rage, violence, where no one's actually
Yeah, like Fox News, you
winning.
mean?
Like they're killing for
the five. That's what I think about when the five. When I see the five, that's what I think of.
Sake of killing.
For the sake of killing.
Yes, and you see these throughout history, and like, what is that?
Yeah.
No one's actually benefiting from this. Killing people, making them suffer, humiliating them, torturing them, burning things down that you could steal, but you burn them anyway.
Yeah.
You saw this in our cities a couple of years ago. Like,
no, you didn't.
What is that?
Terror.
But it's not rational. Like a terror.
Right. You know what's not rational is your interpretation of those things. Okay, somebody from another religion and another way of being seeing someone else's temple that we now think of as ruins or a symbol of like great architecture that they destroyed. The reason they destroyed it was because it ain't them, and they plan on putting them there. They are going to take over this area, and there can't be any remnants of the society of the other people, because the last time they left remnants of the other society there, the people around there went, hey, where'd that statue come from? Where's that building from? Oh, well, we built that before these motherfuckers showed up. Oh, well, we should probably kill them and take our shit back. That's why. That's why periods in history where they level entire areas where they could leave stuff standing, because the people who built it will get pissed and go, that's fucking mine. And that, I would argue, is something you could actually tie together with what's happening now. You know? Hey, Mark, what's happening? What's going on?
Terrorist, like ETA, the Basque separatist group, like they kill policemen so they could get a little closer to their goal, which was separating from Spain.
Makes
I
sense.
get it. It makes sense.
Right.
It totally makes sense. It didn't work and it was stupid, but it's, it's a dumb plan, but it's a plan. Kind of like January 6th.
But murdering people just to murder them, burning their stuff when you could steal it.
Again, that's not at all, and that's his mind. That's this dumb motherfucker. Burning their stuff when you could steal it. Okay, first of all, they ate it and shit it out and raped every woman that was there in most of these cases that he's referring to in ancient history. And they didn't take stuff back because there were no trains. There were no fucking, even the boats were hellish, and they filled them with fucking people. The only thing they left on there were provisions and the shit they would need to get out and kill other people when they got there, because it was the Dark Ages. Jesus Christ. Fucking, if you could steal it. This motherfucker thinks every chariot had a fucking trunk.
That's, again, a spiritual phenomenon.
Yes.
Well, to go on TikTok, it's like the Andy Warhol thing, 15 seconds of fame. I'm sure he said 15 minutes, but for the 15 seconds of TikTok
Yeah, it's so much better. You're right. It's basically the same thing, but yet it's different.
fame, that's what they're doing it for, a lot of them.
Yes, but
No one is burning down entire societies for TikTok fame, dum-dum.
they're like seized by some spirit of destructiveness.
Well, it's a
Like,
demon spirit.
that's it.
It is a demon. It is probably a demon. So I would say then they are innocent and you should pray for them. And that anyone who castigates those human beings because they are possessed might as well, I guess you would have handled Linda Blair in The Exorcist by pissing on her. That would be the plan. You'd go vomit on her, and yeah, I could keep going, but I grossed myself out.
And that's
demonic,
always
absolutely.
been here. It's and it emerges, and we lie to ourselves and imagine we've got it totally under control.
Yeah.
Everything can be explained rationally. That's why I hate this whole, they're in it for the money.
Yeah, no,
If
they're
you
not.
think that's all it's about, you're going to miss what's
You're gonna
actually
miss
happening.
what it's really
Well,
about.
you both got.
Jesus Christ. They can't be in it for the money. I have all the money I need, and I'm still an asshole. If they're just in it, that, by the way, I'm not kidding. That is actually Tucker Carlson's thought form. He was born with a fucking silver spoon up his ass, and he's been rich his whole life. He's never had a day in his life where he's had to worry about rent, food, health insurance, any of that shit. Ever, not once, never will. That's that. So, of course, this motherfucker thinks that when people, when you look at a bigger schemes, like they wouldn't do it just for the money. This has got to be an evil thing, because I don't need money, and I'm still doing terrible shit. I have terrible thoughts because I was raised terribly, and I'm kind of a terrible person. So, of course.
Fired when you had the #1 television shows. You guys were both racking money in. Well, I'm just bringing it up now.
No, they weren't. Roseanne had just cost them a bunch of viewers, and they knew the show would sink because of what she typed, because she made a fucking ape joke about a black woman. And then Tucker cost the fucking network $787 million.
Because it's obviously not about the money. Because if it was about the money, both of you'd still have your job.
Well, that's a good point.
No. Both of those situations, it was about the money. Both of those situations, Roseanne and Tucker both cost their networks more money than they were fucking worth.
Yeah, that's what gets me.
They
'cause
don't like what you were saying.
No, they don't like losing money. As a matter of fact, if you could keep saying shit and you could be controversial, they would keep you on in spite of themselves.
And what you were doing, and it's something that said we had to take them off. Fuck it. Fuck our stockholders. We're going to do it anyway. That's weird.
Well, I overheard in my writer's
No, because the stockholders lost money because of the Dominion deal, of which Tucker was a huge part.
room, one of the writers who was, in the
In the writer's room?
Democrat thing.
Oh, shit. Well, I didn't know he was. One of your writers was in the Democrat thing?
Well, they all were, but
Which one was
Yeah. I mean, why was that? I guess they're funnier. I guess you just hired the funniest people you could find, and they just all turned out to be Democrats. You couldn't find a Republican that could write punchlines and wasn't a fucking sourpuss?
No.
she said, I'm just afraid this show is humanizing Trump voters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Humanizing human beings. Wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah. I mean, think
People
about
can't
that.
hear themselves.
No,
What do you mean, people? Motherfucker, you're talking about, she's absolutely, and by the way, I don't buy the quote at all. This sounds like a Sir story, but if we just take her at face value, we're not talking about people. We're not talking about the average person. We're talking about a writer Roseanne hired for her show. Roseanne had a say in all those fucking people. It's her fucking show. She was an executive producer. She was the star. She signed off on fucking everybody. And the people she brought in, allegedly one of them said that. So let's be abundantly clear. The people that Roseanne apparently thinks are funny enough to write her half funny lines are one of them said that. Maybe. If she's even remembering it right in her 15 seconds of TikTok.
I would never even think that about Biden voters. I think they're human beings. I think.
Well, that's because we act like it. We're better house guests.
of course they are.
And I know some of them, and not a ton at this point, but I do know still some. And
I have all in my family, it's like, that's why I wanted to do the show I did, to show a Hillary hater and a Trump hater in the same family.
That's right.
And they still loved each other because I knew this terrible division they were pushing. And then they blame Trump for him.
know.
It's like the rape victim, and they humiliate her. Was That's why I said they treat Trump like a woman.
I know.
Wow. I know, he says. They treat Trump like a woman. Well, count your blessings, because at least we don't treat Trump like Trump would treat a woman. Good Lord.
In the press, because it's a rape victim that they harass, set up, frame, and then refuse to he doesn't even get a jury in that Letitia James trial.
I know.
So that's like,
What do you mean I know? No, you don't. It's a business trial. It's a civil trial. Even get a jury. They didn't check the box, asshat. They could have had a jury for part of it if they wanted. They said no. He's going to get a jury on all the criminal trials, all the shit where they could possibly take away his time. That motherfucker's going to get a jury. As a matter of fact, he's going to get 2. That's right. He already got 1. That's right. I keep giving the finger today. It's just that kind of day. He got a grand jury. How you like that?
it's a witch burning. It's not.
It's fucking... It's a witch... It's gone from a witch hunt and a hoax to a witch burning.
He says witch hunt, but it's a witch burning.
It is different. Because what do you do with... once the hunt is over, what do you do with the witch? Clearly. Throw her in the pond!
And, he's not allowed, he's under gag order to say this is bullshit, which everybody knows it is. There's not even...
He's under gag order to say this is bullshit. Okay, first of all, no, he isn't. You were at an actual rally where he said it was bullshit. He just can't attack by name the people who work at the court.
It's not even a law case. It's lawfare gone mad, which the whole...
Of course. Yeah, I know. Yes. I'm just saying yes because I'm in a room with lunatics. And I'm worried that if I disagree with you, he'll hold me down and you'll barbecue me.
whole Democrat Party is just lawfare gone mad.
That's what it is. That's basically what we're doing. The nice thing, though, is during our lawfare gone mad thing, we've managed to pass an infrastructure bill, which is something he never fucking managed to do. It's weird. It's almost like we could walk and fuck up Trump at the same time.
Lawyers that can't get a job anywhere else but for corporations, and it gets me.
What? Wait, what? Lawyers that can't get a job anywhere else but where?
The whole Democrat Party is just lawfare gone mad. Lawyers that can't get a job anywhere else but for corporations, and it gets me because there's nothing less democratic than a corporation.
Right.
What? And here's the stupid. Okay, this is Roseanne and this is gibberish, and I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. I think she means government. I think what she means is they can't get a job anywhere but the government, and there's nothing more less democratic than this government or some shit. Maybe. But the fact that Tucker is saying right as if he actually understood what the fuck she's talking about.
For God's sake.
I know, bro.
I've noticed that.
I have noticed that.
Yeah.
I would never work for one again, I'll tell you that.
No, I
ever,
would never.
under any
never.
circumstances.
No.
He's never going to work for a corporation ever again. Right, because you're a fucking trust fund baby. And by the way, she'll take a show, though.
I'd rather be on the street.
I'd rather be poor, yeah.
I'd rather be on the street.
I've been poor. It's, not preferable.
Bullshit. This motherfucker has never been poor. Okay, a little inside baseball. I once worked with an actor who viewed himself as a bit of a beat poet, an edgy artiste type. And when he got a series, he rented a little place that was like a downstairs, like he had money, real money on this show. And he could have bought a giant house someplace. And he rented a little downstairs apartment thing and put all this like shitty furniture in there and got an old 60s fridge. And so if you squinted, it looked like Charles Bukowski's outhouse. And he was living in this place because he was just living the down home kind of thing. Okay. And he was like, I'm connected to the, to the reality that people are like, no, you're not. You know why? Because it has nothing to do with the environment you're in. It's the fact that you can leave any time you want. That's the difference. Wherever you are, whatever situation you're in, the thing that makes you rich or poor a lot of times in that situation is your options. And in this particular case, he could have fucking, if the building burned down, everybody else there would be in a homeless shelter and he'd be staying at the Waldorf Astoria in an upstairs apartment for the next 3 years till they rebuilt the place and he could move back into the fucking basement. And the same thing with this asshole. He's never been fucking poor.
But better than working for those people.
Those people at Fox. Well, I don't know. I mean, yes, everyone who runs Fox is a shitty, shitty human being. And I don't know how to, I guess, take your word for it.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. 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 Right, guys? Yeah.
It's something, isn't it?
Well, it's just,
it is something.
Just, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah. This is great. Isn't it funny how we all just sit around agreeing? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Remember I sent you that video when you got
Yeah, he remembers.
got fired about, it was you and it was a guy with your head, but he was tap dancing and he was getting thrown out and then he starts flying. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. I remember it. I don't remember that at all.
Do you feel like you're flying?
I do remember. Did you? Oh, and then that's where she's supposed to go. Oh, wait, I didn't send that to you. I sent that to Sean Hannity, and then I guess maybe he showed it to you. Yeah, I do remember seeing it. I remember seeing it.
I was not surprised. I mean, of course I was surprised. I didn't.
Yeah, I was not surprised at I was surprised at how not surprised I was. You know what I mean?
Expect to get, my show canceled Monday morning, but I wasn't, if I took 3 steps back, I was not surprised at all.
Yeah, I wasn't surprised if I hadn't been there when the surprise happened. You know how like when people jump out at a party, they go, surprise! And if you're in the living room, it's like, oh, God, that's just it. But if you're, still at the bus station and they all jump out and they go, surprise! And you're about 3 blocks away, then I wasn't surprised, really, because when I showed up, there was just people hanging out and there was confetti on the floor and half-eaten cake. So that was a surprise. That was. How do you tap dance? If not, why not? I do, poorly. It's one of the things that I've been wanting to take for a long time. Summer knows.
Mm-hmm. First of all, television's like that. Mm-hmm. People get fired.
It is a lot like that. Believe me, you don't have to tell her.
There are all kinds of lines that no one will explain explicitly. I'm a very literal person, so I would totally happy if I'm knowledge that I would always say, just write it down for me. Yeah. Oh, I can't say, can you just send me a text. I've got a bad memory.
Yeah. That's what I say too.
Oh, I can't be conservative.
Yeah. Text me the N-word so I know not to say it. That's what I always do. When you roll into a place like, hey, text me a list of racial slurs and blood libels and Hitler phrases that translate very obviously into violent acts by large groups of people. Just, just send, in the middle of the night when you think of one, just text it to me. Just no context. Just send it over, and then okay.
On a conservative TV channel, just write that down for me, if you would, just so I can have it as a reference point. Oh, well, the lines. No, I really don't.
Yeah, he really doesn't.
Because I'm kind of stupid, so.
Well, there you have it. I guess we got to save that one, right, CSL, to go along with this one.
I agree. I'm a dope.
Yeah, we could put that in there, right?
Oh, well, the lines. No, I really don't, because I'm kind of stupid. So if you could just, so I knew on a gut level, I knew, they were very nice to me. I should say that and be clear about it. They were very nice to me the entire time I was there, but I could feel that they strongly disagreed in the war in Ukraine stuff.
Do you think that's what it was? I mean,
I don't know. I'm just speculating, but they really didn't like that at all. The January 6th stuff, they really didn't like.
That.
We had a bunch of people quit over that, and mostly I would say mediocrity.
You don't think the whole having your head writer that you hired and vetted and that was very close to you, showing up on white supremacy websites like Stormfront, posting regularly about the weakness of other races, let's just say, under a pseudonym on the regular, that didn't build to a head at any point. That didn't factor into their thinking. They don't really think that. Huh?
Chris Wallace should not be on television, or Jonah Goldberg, or so. You know what I mean? These are people who obviously the audience hated and shouldn't have been there in the first place. But they were so outraged because I said, it seems like there are probably a lot of feds in the crowd on January 6th. And now it turns out, of course, there were way more even than I imagined. The whole thing.
No, there weren't. By the way, I guess he's using the colloquial of the term fed, meaning any federal informant. Again, this is a myth that they just fling around with no backup whatsoever. It's super fucking weird. And again, still the root of that argument. What is it? That maggots are so dough-headed that all it took was some dudes dressed like them whispering to them or starting some shit to make them attack police.
Thing was a complete setup.
Yeah.
The whole thing was a lie, and it was used to put people in prison.
No, there are easier ways to do that.
For expressing their constitutionally protected rights.
They're constitutionally... Wait, sorry. I haven't read the Constitution in a long time, but apparently you can beat a cop, climb in through a window of the Capitol, and take a shit in the dome and steal one of Nancy Pelosi's laptops and try to sell it to the Russians. That's a constitutionally protected right.
A 3-time Purple Heart winner.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Oh, and
they have no shame.
Oh, you see? That's the out. They have no shame. Cut. Man, that's fucking magic. Oh, you see? If I may, can we jump back to Glenn real quick for just a split second? This is at least a short one, I think. I just feel like this is one of the bones I have to pick with this crowd, and I think it's from a different piece. I don't quite know what the ever-loving shit. They just posted it 2 hours ago, so it's relatively new. I know. I have to say, Tucker Carlson is a scumbag, but he's not in the traditional sense stupid. He's very manipulative, and he knows his audience, so he has total, it seems, disdain for them as human beings, so he'll manipulate them however he wants and just lie about what really goes on in his head and just pretend to be a man of the people. I like Wood, right? That whole shit. And there's a long history of that, including with this asshole. This part, you'll see why this stuck out to me. So we had revised up growth 5.2% in the third quarter. One of the biggest Black Fridays ever, holiday travel through the roof, all this kind of stuff. But this is Glenn saying, this is why, not if, not how, why we're running out of options to avoid economic collapse. And he's wearing his Woody Allen glasses, so I don't know what kind of cosplay he and Stu get into. If I don't know if Stu plays Mia or Sunyi or whoops, and I don't know why this is so weird.
Interesting story. Remember, from investors.com.
Yeah, that's where I go.
Can we,
where I want to be an investor. What site should I go to? Well, obviously.
Just remember who got us here. Okay.
Okay. Trump got us here. Is this the idea? Is he going to sell us? Sell us the idea that we're on fumes that Trump set up, or that this is a collapse?
Listen to this. The 10-year Treasury yield set off roaring alarms about the U.S. budget when it surged to 5% last month. Now those warnings look like a fire drill. Federal Reserve rate hikes seem to be over for now, giving the bond market a reprieve and allowing powerful S&P 500 rally to resume.
Excuse me 1 second.
But enjoy it while it lasts.
So, rumors of a collapse. Now things are better, but this guy's the further part of this, this might look good, but it's actually bad.
The next debt scare may be the real thing, and it could rock the U.S. economy and stock market. Here's why.
All right, let's rock.
The Fed's historic turnabout from enabling massive budget deficits to directing the sharpest rate hikes in 40 years has seemingly broken the budget.
Terrible.
Treasury market stress is almost certain to return. In the era of Fed quantitative easing and near zero interest rates promoted
during Trump,
carefree fiscal policies.
During Trump, we should have negative interest rates. Do you remember that? The Fed should pay us to borrow money.
That led to the U.S. racking up $20 trillion in federal debt since 2008.
Real quick, the majority of that, when since 2008, when was the majority of that money? When was, say, close to half of that money created debt-wise? What period would that be? 2017 to 2020. I see. All right.
Exhibit A in the case of the broken federal budget is the deficit surge in fiscal 2023, which ended September 30th. Unemployment was near a record low, and GDP growth was strong.
Ouch.
Under those conditions, the budget deficit usually shrinks. But this year, it doubled.
That's so weird. It's almost like whoever this asshole is you're quoting isn't going to factor in the COVID recovery. Almost as if they're going to look back at other times when similar things have happened that weren't preceded by a giant pandemic that killed hundreds of thousands of Americans, decimating families and giving long COVID to other people while destroying businesses. Whereas let's just go back to 82 when it was just about oil, or maybe the early 90s when there was this sort of a trigger from the Japanese crisis or the fall of Russia, for example. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe we'll just leave X in there, which represents all the money lost because of COVID, and just ignore that number. It can't be that big. It's just $22 trillion fucking dollars.
To $2 trillion. And that's only if you ignore accounting for Biden's student loan forgiveness that was struck down.
And also, it was struck down. Half of it already went through because people got their forgiveness back, which was another part of this. And those people will take the money that was there and they'll invest it in other shit, or they'll save it and it'll make money because there's an actual interest rate right now. So the idea that it just evaporates because fuck you is annoying.
The Federal Reserve's fingerprints are all over the red ink. The Fed spent more than $100 billion in interest on its bond portfolio to the Treasury in fiscal 2022.
Because of interest rates going up for the first time in ever, because,
had to halt those payments.
Gee, it's, let's see, 2022, be on the bond interest rate. And those would be 5-year or 10-year bonds, but the 5 years mainly is the expensive ones because they're more the short term. And when would those be? When would those have been purchased in general? What years precisely? If you're going back to say, I don't know, let's say 2017, 18.
Payments last year as bond prices fell, having led inflation out of the bag at an 8.7 cost of living adjustment, stoked a $130 billion increase in Social Security checks. You
Fucking old people. You're like, will you guys just wrap it up and start eating cat food again, you motherfuckers? You got too much money to throw around.
$1 billion went to FDIC bailouts for Silicon Bank. To top it off, the Fed hiking is the key rate past.
Also, there wasn't a bailout for that fucking thing. They were loan transition money by the FDIC, as happens, and then they were bought up, and that money was paid back. That's how it works. That's what happens when shit like that occurs. Wasn't a full-on crash. Didn't result in all that. No, and all those deposits didn't just evaporate into the fucking sky.
5% forced Uncle Sam to pony up an extra $177 billion in interest on the debt.
And
here's the thing.
What's the thing?
Interest on the debt was $711 billion. Went up in 2023, $711 billion. Up from $534 billion in 2022, $413 billion in 2021.
So it didn't go up $700 billion. It went up $200 billion on top of the 500, which is the arc of the expenditures from the previous years.
We're now running at a rate for this month, which will total $825 billion. So we have doubled the interest payments.
Well, I would argue that it's more than that. We've almost quintupled it, essentially, because we were dealing in 5.5%, something like that.
Now, we're probably 12 months, 20 months away from $1 trillion in debt interest only.
Uh-huh. You're not one of these assholes who think the government takes in terms of interest and revenue the same amount of money they brought in say 2003 or something, do you?
Remember, the entire budget that we can pay for, cover our bills if we were living within our means, is $2 trillion.
Hi. Hold on one second. My girl is there. Hold on a second. Oh, that's okay. I don't want one. Thanks. That's okay. I'll order something. I'm fine. Just got a little while longer with these lovely people in the chat, but this idiot right here. So it's Glenn. Yeah. So you can come in and say hi if you want. That's a good question. I think he's talking into a Dove bar with his initials tattooed into it. But yeah, it's a Colonel Sanders thing. I don't know. Obviously Stu, as co-host, has a Colonel Sanders fetish. Mm-hmm. Yep. That's you gonna lean in and say hi. Summer, everybody, Summer. Hi. How you doing? Oh, love you. See you later. Nice. Excuse me 1 second. Hold on 1 second. There was just a button right. Hi. Luckily, her phone rang, or the show would have never picked up. Hi, how you doing? Hello. All right. Sorry. Back to where we were. Okay. Hi. You way over. Oh, thanks very much, 50 plus. That's very sweet. I'll let her know.
The rest of it we borrow. What are you willing to cut by $1 trillion just to pay the interest?
You don't have to. You just have to slowly pay it down over time.
We are running out of options.
No, we're not. Our economy is growing alongside it. It tracks almost exactly to the debt. It gets in and out. It fluctuates near the end of it. But like that's like saying, do you have any idea how much if you had to pay off your house tomorrow, what would you be willing to cut from your food budget to pay off your house tomorrow? This is fucked.
The Fed says they have it all under control.
Yeah, but that obviously can't be true because these people are all, masters in economics and stuff. And we have shellfish allergy Woody Allen over here who obviously knows better.
Nobody is buying our bonds.
Nobody is buying our bonds. Nobody's buying our bonds. Nobody's buying our, oh shit. Nobody's buying our bonds. As we start a new week, let's take a look at the significant events in the global economy over the past week with our weekly financial update presented by Boz Kuzmin, CEO and asset manager, DHF Capital SA. U.S. stock and bond markets rallied with major indexes like the S&P 500 and NASDAQ Composite posting significant gains, achieving their best monthly performance since July of 2020. Gee whiz, you mean the first time we rebuilt it and then we rebuilt it again. The surge was supported by declining treasury yields, leading to the bond market recording its best monthly gains since 1985. And it's not just that that Glenn's dumb. It's that he's just a spectacular level of dumb at just the right moment. Positive news on inflation emerged when the core personal consumption expenditures, PCE, price index indicated a slowdown in October, reducing its year-over-year increase to 3.5%. Federal Reserve Board member Chris Waller's comments expressing confidence in policy positioning to slow the economy and reduce inflation also buoyed investor sentiment. And what was the name of this video from Glenn Beck that he posted 2 hours ago again? Was it Why We're Running Out of Options to Avoid Economic Collapse? In all fairness, perhaps this is our way of finding out that Glenn Beck is broadcasting from Turkey.
The Fed is buying our bonds.
Well, no.
So when you hear, the S&P 500, the Deutsche Bank just said it's going to go up. We're going to have a surge.
I think he's doing, that's his Larry Kudlow impersonation.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Oh, I am. Yeah, the last 3 years.
The problem is, only the ones who have tons of money in the stock market, and those are the ones who usually get all the bailouts, and they get all the government contracts and everything else. They're the ones in the stock market. They're the ones making all of the money.
Okay, first of all, fuck you. This guy has a huge portfolio. Eat shit. There's no fucking way that Glenn doesn't have a huge managed wealth portfolio. It's fucking ridiculous. Secondly, I've told you guys many times that meme stocks and like retail investors are now a massive part of the U.S. stock market right now. They have a huge impact. They actually can drift the functional, the scale of a stock market surge or dip can be driven by retail investors now. Something that was fucking impossible in the last, up until maybe 5 years ago.
The past wasn't that long. Ago.
I know, it's right up on us.
If you have money in investment,
like most people with pension funds, for example, Teamsters, UAW. You mean like that?
Good for you.
Yes. Unions? Good for you.
Good for you.
Good for you. Not good for Stu.
But it is eventually going to go away.
That's true. You can't take it with you, I guess, folks. If you have a 401k, that's right. If you have a 401k, good for you. I hope you're fucking happy that Trump's magic is gone.
And guess who will win?
People who are part of these larger funds because of their employer, their 401k, or their union.
All of those who are connected.
Ah, connected. I see. Siamese twins, human centipede. I get it.
All of those who are connected.
All of them. Well, not all of them, obviously. You know, because, you know, there's a bunch of them. You know, it's not enough to go around. Rich people tend to, you know, jettison a couple of the weak ones, you know.
You know, I like it in the like the old days when, you know, when companies did something and you go, oh, that's really good. I want to invest. And their stock would go up. Oh, that's really bad. And their stock would go down. Oh, the economy is really bad. Stock would go down.
You like that, did you? That part of your fictional idea of how finance works? But and by the way, seldom up till this point, and again, the retail investors have a huge part or play a huge part of this. Seldom has the stock market been in line with the welfare of the average person. It's usually out of sync with it.
Now, it doesn't work that way anymore. Nothing.
Nothing works anymore. Not everything is broken, Glenn. We're in hell. We're in the tubes of hell.
The only one I've seen is Walt Disney.
Yeah, he is dead. And you've seen him. I just hope it was on an old, you know, maybe on the Disney Plus thing. You can watch some of those old Disney programs where he's the host. But you mean the Disney company that he started that's still around?
Walt Disney marked its 100th anniversary with Wish. Cost him $200 million to produce. It brought in, over the 5-day weekend, $19.5 million.
And?
Wow.
Right. And then worldwide, because it's really built for the world market, it will make up most of its money. It just won't make it in the United States. That's really what's going on. These days, you can actually, that kind of investment, you can actually write off in these situations. I would also like to point out that there are a bunch of movies that are kind of like that don't do well necessarily in the United States, but carry everywhere else. And they invest in those movies every so often. They don't, you know, and once you go for a world market aspect of things, you're going to basically, you're almost guaranteeing you're going to build something that the U.S. market won't necessarily like.
Now, by contrast,
Bud Light.
Frozen brought in 125. Frozen 2, not even Frozen 1. Frozen 2 brought in $125 million over the same period.
Yeah, but you'll notice the difference between the characters in those movies and the majority of people in the country that you're talking about, just by volume. And little kids, these are little kid movies. And the volume of, you see that Frozen, wherever it is, and by the way, it's really popular across all these kids. It was still a little blonde girl or whatever, and in a country that is 60% white, where we're talking about like little black girls, technically speaking, statistically speaking, about what, 3% of the populace? And so they spent $200 million targeting a movie just at those girls. That is the primary audience, with a sprawling secondary audience as a possibility, but really aimed at them, which is, I think, kudos to Disney for rolling that movie out, knowing statistically the heart of the demographic that it's aimed at is way fucking small. Now, in Africa and throughout the African diaspora all over the planet, it'll make up its money amongst those folks. Because again, I don't know how Frozen did in Africa, but probably not a relatable, not just on the white girl part, but on the temperature aspect. Yeah.
Indiana Jones, The Dial of Destiny, gone. The Little Mermaid, nothing. The Marvels, worse than the Hulk. How's that possible?
Because the Hulk was done on the cheap.
And only
which Hulk?
Worse than that is Haunted Mansion. The only worse than that is Wish. It couldn't happen to a nicer group of people.
You mean women and blacks? Is that what you're saying, Glenn? That the primary, like you're talking about the like Haunted Mansion and Wish and the Marvels. The idea is that movies starring minorities and starring women largely couldn't happen to a nicer group of people who would put out a movie for folks like that. Yeah.
These are the kinds of things that we used to see in America. You disconnect from reality, you lose.
Oh, I see. Is that how you ended up on the Blaze?
I don't know when we're going to see the first government bailout of Disney, but I'm waiting for it.
That's adorable. It's meant to be cute, and he's selling it before he bumps to commercial. It's kind of fucking stupid. Just floating that out there, and also the glee with which Glenn specifically, or maybe just ignorant to what he's talking about in terms of the movies that are actually being made. Because again, he wants to lay this out on woke shit, that it's wokey wokeness, instead of maybe them narrowing their demographic too much or what have you, but or being hostile to audience, those kind of things, which, there's a fair amount as they try to broaden stuff out. They look at the demographics and they go, we're capturing this amount of audience with this property. What if we made something that could bring in the other folks so that everybody wants a piece of this? That's the kind of decisions that businesses make in these particular instances. And that's exactly what they did in terms of the Marvels and others, whatever. And you can't blame them, because the first Avengers movie made $1 billion on its own. So they've got the money to spend on this other stuff, these expansion properties, because their profit on the other stuff has been fucking enormous. Yeah, the company is worth $170 billion. I've had Disney stock for a long time, since I was on the network, because I was like, they hired me. This is a smart company. What a dipshit. So, anyways, that's just fascinating. Can we, can I do a needle drop on, yeah, hold on. Let's just, I want to take you, if I may, come on a little trip with me, kids. And by the way, chat room, thank you guys so much. Like, subscribe, give a thumbs up, support the show. Hello. It's Monday. Tomorrow, no show, because I have the jam, and I will be singing. Now, Trump's rallies were legendary. If you want to make a Hitler comparison that Glenn Beck would be okay with, it would be the kind of crowds that Trump brings together. Now, obviously, most of the people in the audience don't pass as master race candidates. But, still, here he is at a much more select gathering, And I have no doubt that, obviously, as sparse as that little room is.
But outside, it's packed.
Right. So we'll see. We'll see. But this is we'll see how much we can stand. But he's in Ankeny, Iowa. One of the few cities where he could, I guess they put on these little caucus things, and he is having to press the flesh like fucking crazy, because he's afraid if he lets go of that grip at all, it's going to drop. So the other thing too is he just kind of wanders in, and he doesn't get, this is a former president who wants to be president again. I would be abundantly clear. We're not seeing like startup, I know I'm an outsider, that bullshit.
up here all by myself with all the fake news back there.
There is no fake news. This is RSBN and your own campaign and some local Iowa station.
If you make a little mistake, do you think Biden would get up here without notes?
No, because it says Trump.com right behind him. Stupid. So why the shit?
In fact, if he had notes, it doesn't make any difference. Anyway, so I just...
Oh! It's just me up here without any notes. Did anybody see that? Anybody spot this shit? Wait. First of all, yeah, looking ragged.
A little mistake that you notes, I don't have it.
Oh, here we go. I don't have any notes. I don't have anything. Here we go.
I don't have anything. I'm up here all by myself with all the fake news back there. And if you make a little mistake, do you think Biden would get up here without notes? In fact, if he had notes, it doesn't make any difference.
And we open the notes. I don't need a script. It's like that. This is an old, this comedian in the 80s who's like, I'm German. I'm a German stand-up comedian, and many people say that Germans do not have a sense of humor because we are too regimented in our thinking, and I'm here to push back on this very idea. Now, joke number one.
I just want to thank you all. This is incredible. These are our friends. These are the people that are going to really help us on...
Yeah, they are. They're friends. This is really a gathering of friends.
That very special evening coming up in 45 days, right? 45 days. And we're going to do something that... I think it's the most important election in the history of our country. I used to say that about 2016.
Right, but you don't have any new thoughts. Also, I'm going to try and bolster the audio on this because it's fairly, I don't know if we have a better take on it. Maybe easy there, CSL. I just saw the staff chat. I'm going to try and see if we can find a louder version, probably. Because I don't know. Hold on one second. Let me get back up to you guys real quick, and I'll see if I can maybe... see if it's maybe on YouTube, maybe? I don't know. Let's see. Hold on. Paste in there. Yeah. The full one? Yeah, this is the full one.
I think there's a lot of election integrity.
Shh, I don't care. Hold on. See if he brings up. There you go. Yeah. There you go. Okay, I got it. I think this will be
His name was Adam Putnam.
There you go. His name was Adam Putnam. And he doesn't know why is there. Oh, yeah.
We say a lot more than that, like 15, 20, but let's be conservative. Let's say 10. If you took the 10 worst presidents...
Oh, my God. He used to say 5. Now it's 10.
In the history of our country and added them together, they would not have done the destruction to our country as this...
That you've done?
This man and this group of people have done, because it's not just this man. This is...
Well, the 10 worst presidents actually, technically speaking, wouldn't have... I mean, they wouldn't keep the unemployment low. The stock market wouldn't have rallied. The GDP of the country wouldn't have grown over 5%. They wouldn't have been able to pass an infrastructure bill. I'm just saying it's a shit comparison.
Far beyond this man. I don't know if this man knows what's happening, but
well, it's a good show. But I just probably think he was busy when it was on the air.
There's a group of people that have done great damage to our country.
They're great. Who would that be? Blink 182? No, Limp Bizkit.
And we have to win. This is the most important. We have to win. We have to get out, and we have to initially caucus. I think we're in good shape with the sanctimonious. He seems to be dropping like a very, very sick bird.
Jesus Christ. Wouldn't it be dead bird? I mean, it's easy. Leave Nickelback out of this. They're Canadian.
To the ground, slowly into the ground.
Why slowly? Is it worrying you that he's not falling? Also, sick birds stay on the branch and just don't fly. They're smarter than that.
You know, it's I took it personally because I got him elected. He was dead as a doornail. You know, now he likes to say, well, I'm not sure if it was that. Let me tell you.
Does he?
He was down by like 40 points.
And so you only have yourself to blame, and maybe you've just realized that you're a shit judge of character and that you really shouldn't be near the levers of power because everyone you pick turns on you?
The nomination process was moving along rapidly. He had the primary. He had no chance. The Secretary of Agriculture was up. His name was Adam Putnam. Respected guy, good guy.
Right. The person you probably should have backed, but he wasn't a full-on maggot ball gargler like DeSantis was. So you ditched the guy who was capable so you could put in a sycophant who eventually turned on you because he got the idea that he could actually be the young version of you, and you didn't see that coming. Strategically speaking, you didn't see this coming because you're that fucking stupid.
But I didn't know him.
Right, you didn't know DeSantis either, shithead.
And Ron came to see me begging for an endorsement. I said,
and he got it. So you just gave it to some fucker who begged you? And you want us to feel bad for you?
Ron, you're dead. You don't have a chance. You're a dead man.
You're a dead man. That's what you said to him.
Abraham Lincoln came back from the dead. If George Washington and Lincoln teamed up together and endorsed you, they couldn't do it. He said, sir, the people of Florida love you. They love you. And
yeah, so he thinks they're stupid too. I see.
I believe that if you'd endorse me, I could win. I said, you're at 3. He's at what, 40 or something, right? And it was a short time. And I said, you know, he fought for me along with a lot of other congressmen and senators, but he didn't fight like a Jim Jordan or like other people. He fought, but he fought. I mean, at least he fought. He was a live body.
He was a live body. I got him elected because he was a live body. He was like maggot cannon fodder. Jesus.
And based on that, that was impeachment hoax number 1 and impeachment hoax number 2. So I said, why not? I don't know.
Number 2 was after January 6th.
The other gentleman, Adam Putnam, I'd ever met him. So I said, let's give it a shot, Ron. Let's see. So I endorsed him, and he went like a rocket ship, and he won. And then I had to get him. The numbers should skyrocket downward through a general election. He was dying on the general election. We had to do it all over again. We held 2 or 3 rallies for him. The rallies had massive crowds, biggest crowds people have seen in years. Nobody's ever seen rallies like this. You know, today's not a rally. This is our little friends. And
yeah, this is our little friends. Yeah, it's not. He's not on a hard fade and people have just stopped giving a fuck. This is Florida, you know, where assholes will stand outside in the sun all day anyways.
Then we're going to another stop about who is somebody going to be there too? Are you going to be there too? That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Oh, by the way, he means the front row Joes. So half the people in this fucking room are the ones that follow him everywhere. They're not even from fucking Iowa. They can't caucus there. So fucking weird.
But we're going to a second stop, and then we go back, and then we're coming again next week. And
great, fabulous. I'll make a note.
Then around January, we'll be coming, and we'll be blitzing this beautiful place.
Because you can't just assume you're going to win Iowa at one point? Why would you have to blitz the fucking place? Are you just going to go door to door threatening people, or is this just your campaign's way of getting you out of the fucking house?
That I've helped so much with ethanol, right? You know, DeSantis was opposed to ethanol, you know that, and now I guess, I don't know, I have no idea, I'm not sure, but probably he's in favor of it now. But one thing you'll learn about a politician, when they're against something, that's where they always go.
When they're against something, that's where they always go.
And they'll switch for elections.
When they're against something, that's where they'll always go, and they'll switch for elections, says the politician in front of a fucking campaign bag.
Bottom line is I endorsed him, he won, and then I got him through the second one, and he won by 2 points.
And So you're not just rethinking your whole fucking strategy of picking people?
And then he did fine as a governor. He was fine. He was
fine.
Better than many, not
Yeah.
as good as some, to be honest. It's very simple.
It is very simple. It's almost not even worth saying.
But he wasn't as good as some. We had some great
Yes, right. He was fair to
ones.
Midland.
Henry McMaster, South Carolina. Christy Noem, as you know, of South. They like her, right?
Of South, you know, they like her.
They like Christy. Christy was very nice. She said, you know, she's
from South, whatchamacallit? She's from southern South part.
only won elections, never lost an election. And a lot of people thought she'd be running for president. And she said, I was watching this. I said, well, that's nice for a change to hear somebody speak honestly. She said, I can't beat him. What's the purpose in running? So I'm going to endorse him because he's.
Well, it's not because you're a great candidate. It's because Republicans en masse won't vote for a woman. No woman has a chance to be the nominee, and the Republican Party never will.
He's been a great president, and I appreciated that. A lot of people appreciate that. Other people like Arkansas, he gets up, right? Asa, right? Asa. I call him Ada. Ada.
Nobody knows why.
Hutchinson. He's been polling at 0 for 5 months, and he's still in. I said, is he still in? You got to tell me, what's the game here? He's got 0. I think he's at 0 for 5 months, and he's still there. And I don't know what these people do. I don't understand it.
Well, that's true of a lot of things.
But we have to come together as a party because we have to beat probably Biden. I mean, I'm not sure he gets to the starting gate. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't, whatever. But whoever it is, doesn't matter because it's going to be the same ideology. Maybe it gets even worse. And we have to do something.
Yeah, you got to do something.
So we're here.
What are you going to get to your notes?
Here on the occasion of a lot of the Trump caucus captains with those beautiful white hats. Look at those hats.
We are here on the occasion of a lot of the Trump caucus captains. It's quite an occasion. Occasionally they show up.
And everybody that's a captain gets one of those beautiful, and they are good-looking hats. I'd like to have one of those hats. And so you know it's January 15th, Martin Luther King's birthday. Speaking of that.
Oh, dear.
Did you see where a very respected representative of Black Lives Matter, New England territory, right? New England, endorsed Trump, he said. He didn't.
I mean, that's the tide. I mean, I guess that's what's turning. Obviously, he's scooping up the black vote. That's it. We're packing in, Democrats. Sorry, we're one guy in New England who was let go from Black Lives Matter's local chapter there endorsed Donald Trump. I guess we're done for.
Necessarily say the Republican Party said Trump because what we've done in terms of opportunity.
Because he wants the country to be destroyed, and he thinks that's. I mean, no. I'm sure you guys trust BLM.
Opportunity zones and jobs for every.
Oh, sorry. What kind of zones?
What we've done in terms of opportunity zones and jobs for everybody, frankly.
Yeah, jobs for everybody. I mean, obviously under Biden,
but,
sure.
Jobs.
Jobs. Did he mention jobs?
Historically, if you look at the colleges, colleges, black colleges, and
yeah, the colleges, the black colleges. Yeah, the colleges, the blackology.
I got them 10-year funding. They never had that. They'd have to come to Washington every year. We took care of their funding, and
because I never wanted to see them again. They came in, and I was like, "Is there any way I can make you guys leave and not come back the rest of my presidency? Where's the checkbook?"
A lot of other things, criminal justice reform at a very, very high level, very fair. We got to be fair, but very, very something that everybody really. And we had tremendous conservative support.
Yeah, you totally did.
But criminal justice reform, and he came out in favor of Donald Trump, and he said, I'm going to do something that's going to surprise some people, but this guy has done more for the black population than any president, and I think he included Abraham Lincoln, but I'm not.
Fuck you.
100% sure.
I'm 100% sure he didn't include Abraham fucking Lincoln.
No. But
this motherfucker, look, it's bad enough that he wants to take credit for the VA Choice Act of 2014. Now this motherfucker wants to take credit for the Emancipation Proclamation. Good Lord.
It's a great honor. And we just had a poll, 22% and 25%. We had another poll that was really
just 22 and 25. That's all you need.
really incredible. We had a poll that came out today.
Mm-hmm. Whose ass?
We're at 69.
Sorry.
And DeSanctimonious is at 9. And Nikki.
So he's the 9 and you're 69. So that makes you the 6. I thought you guys didn't get along.
Nikki Haley is at Birdbrain. Birdbrain is at 7.
It's 7. It's a good time.
And the rest of them are in the like at 1 and 2, and a couple of at 0. At some point, the zeros are going to get out. The 1 and 2 still have potential, right? A lot of potential. So anyway, we've had a great time. We've had a great.
It is great
time with the state. This has been a fantastic state.
Fantastic state. Iowa's doing a fantastic job being Iowa.
We won 2 elections here by a lot, and it's not necessarily Republican. I mean, it's not really. I mean, this could go if they had a real candidate, which they don't have. I mean, this could go the other way, I guess. But it's not. I don't call this not a lock. There's no such thing as a lock in politics anyway.
It's the primary, shitheel.
If you have the right person, you can do pretty well. But this has been a great place for us. I love it. I love the people. I have so many friends here, and it's an honor to be with you. And this is a special group because you're going to be out there on the 15th, and you're going to be getting.
No, they're not. The vast majority of the people there aren't. The people in the white hats are going to be at the caucus thing, but the caucus captains are basically going to be essentially alone there. You do realize that.
People to go out and do what they have to do.
Yeah, just do what you have to do.
The first time I did it, I learned a lot. You know, when we had our
what'd you learn? Run us through
caucus, and nobody knew what the caucus was. What?
Yeah, nobody knows. It's amazing. They just invented it that year, right? It must be amazing. You couldn't even hire somebody as a campaign staffer that even knew what a caucus was. They were worried that somebody would, whip something out.
Where's Dick? Hi, Dick. Do we like Dick? Yes.
What?
Yeah, they're like he was talking about the caucus yesterday about how he had to.
I had to beat off.
Yeah, that was about the caucus. I think.
And I had Ivanka here, and she said, "Daddy, we had a
grown woman calls you daddy." What the fuck? He just froze.
And that didn't quite do.
It's quality. It's good stuff. RSBN. Well done.
I said like it was the greatest.
Mm-hmm.
And I came in.
Yeah, this is their audio, by the way. This is them. This is it. After they had to, I guess they had to edit out the Ivanka conversation.
We have the best team. And we came in second of the.
This is great. This is high quality shit. I would not expect this kind of quality from Iowa, personally.
About it because we should have.
All right, whatever.
Minor defeat, but I learned a lot because we then went to New Hampshire, we won big, and we went to South Carolina, we won big. They said, no, you won't win because that's the military and that's Bush. I said, no, I think the military is Trump. And we won. And we won big. And then we just ran the tables, didn't we? We went to Florida and we beat a senator and a governor.
Glory days, his little young girl's eye, glory days. Real skincare for real women. These are actual tits.
Of the state and by a lot, and we just ran the tables. It was an incredible thing. We went to Indiana. Bobby Knight just died. Indiana had a great.
We went to Indiana. Bobby Knight just died. We were in Indiana.
Coach, for those of you that are basketball fans, right? Would you say great?
If you love basketball, let me just tell you who died.
Coach. He had the last. I guess it was the last undefeated team. They were
ever
38-0 or something. They won the national championship. And he tended to do it with, I mean, he had some very good players, but he tended to do it with teamwork as opposed to, the star player.
Yeah, I understand that. It's the exact opposite of how you've always operated, I think, right? I guess if you don't have a star player, I guess the whole team can just grab women all they want.
And he was a fantastic coach, and he was a big fan of mine. He went to, a friend of mine said, when you get to Indiana, if you could ever get Bobby Knight.
Why are you talking about Indiana? Is it because it ends in an IA and you're in Iowa and your brain is fixated on those 2 letters? Nobody gives a shit. Did you just forget the Iowa anecdote about sports they told you?
I said, it's an amazing thing. Bobby Knight called me 2 years ago.
No one cares.
Before I even really considered heavily doing this, he said, I don't know you, but you should run. And if you run, I'll support you, and you're going to win. And I said, well, it's really nice, Bobby, that you called. This wasn't really on the agenda, really. I was thinking a little bit about it. We thought about it when Romney ran and did a poor job when he ran against Obama, because that should have been done, because Obama had a failed 4 years, and he should have been able to do it, but he didn't
not so much
know how to do it. He had no clue. And they did a poll, and I was way up. I think it was either Deface the Nation did a poll. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Donald Trump on Deface the Nation, or Meet
Well, he'd be the perfect guest for a show like
the
that, I
Fake
guess.
Press. So with Chuck Todd. Sleepy Eyes, he's gone. He's gone. Sleepy Eyes, Chuck Todd is gone. Eventually they disappear. But
yeah, we feel the same way about you.
and he hasn't disappeared, but
he didn't he hasn't been abducted by aliens or anything. He just
sometimes the bad ones should, because we need an honest press. We really need an honest press. So we looked at it then, and then we...
What are you talking about?
We looked at it, but Bobby Knight called me, and it was an amazing thing. I have a lot of papers on my desk, tremendous amount of stuff. I do a lot of things. I'm running a business, and I'm thinking about this.
Yeah, we saw you ate a fucking taco bowl on top of magazines that had pictures of your ex-wife in them while you were married to Melania. And
even when I was doing this, I was running a business. And so what happened?
Oh, okay. So you were running a business while you were president. Okay, good, nice of you to admit that.
Is giving you serious thought. So Bobby and I called. He said, "You just call me back at this number," and I had his number. I wrote it down.
Did you? You wrote it down? It was a great story. This is exciting. Everybody, try not to doze off if you're driving a vehicle.
And I put it in. It's just almost like from God.
It is, but from Bobby Knight, yeah.
So I put it in a stack of paper that was...
Yeah, and it just stayed there because I'm a fucking mess.
A foot and a half, 2 feet high on the left of my desk. And I had another stack and another. I had 3 big stacks of paper, thousands of pages. And we were now coming to Indiana. We were doing great. We were doing great here. We were doing great everywhere. But we were on the march. And I came from, somebody that a lot of people said, he's just doing this for fun. I said, you call this fun? You think I'm having fun? You get indicted every week for nothing. Ladies
you aren't being indicted. This is in 2016.
and gentlemen, Al Capone Al Capone got indicted once. They got me 4 times because I protested an election. And they...
Yeah, you're busted for protesting. That's what
Thank you. These people are sick and they're bad.
They're sick and they're bad.
But so I'm sitting at the desk, and a friend...
Yeah, we're with you.
of mine's there, and he said...
You're sitting at the desk while you're in Indiana. I get it.
And he knew something about Indiana.
He did. He knew something about Indiana, basically the general shape of the state, and something about a car race, and some old textile factories.
He said, if you could ever get... Now, this was 2 years ago that Bobby called. He said, if you could ever get Bobby Knight, the great basketball coach of Indiana, great coach, rough guy, though, tough guy. If you could ever get him, Indiana would be guaranteed. I said, it's funny that you mentioned, because...
Good Lord, this is like a bad book tour. This is what ex-president speeches can become when you're like George H.W. Bush or you're Nixon or fucking Ford or somebody after the fact. My God. Just kind of like, tell us some old war stories of campaigns gone by.
2 years ago, I got a call from him, and I didn't even know if it was really him, but it was him.
Could have been a crank call. Somebody check and see if he really called me, or if somebody, because it's embarrassing, but I told everybody when I was coming to Wyoming that the Marlboro man called me and gave me his endorsement, and boy, did I have egg on my
I
face.
said, sir, do you know a man named Bobby Knight? I said, no, but there's a coach named Bobby Knight. Maybe it's him. Well, I think that's what it is. So I picked up and I immediately recognized it.
Wait. Do you know a man named Bobby Knight? No, I know a coach named Bobby Knight, but how many Bobby Knights could there be?
Trump. This is Bobby Knight. I said, that's Bobby Knight. There's no doubt about it.
That's great. It was either Bobby Knight or somebody who can do Bobby Knight's voice. And I'm so desperate for attention, I was just like, that's Bobby Knight.
But he gave me the number, and my friend said Bobby Knight. I said, tell you, let's take a look, because I put the number over here. Now, thousands of pages. And I went like to the middle stack. It was amazing. And I just pulled up a whole pile, put it over here, and looked at the top, and there was Bobby Knight's phone number. Is that incredible?
Yeah, what's incredible is that your office had stacks of paper that sat there unmoved for 2 years, and you run a company. All we just learned is that hoarders sometimes have a system.
No, I mean, that's God. It's God. You're right. No, with thousands, what are the
Which God are we talking about, though?
odds of doing that? And I'll never forget it. I'll actually never forget it.
You sure? Because you're forgetting a lot these days. I'm just saying the odds are you're going to be forgetting a lot of things very soon.
So I immediately called him, and he goes, I've been waiting for your call. He said, let's go. And we actually, we went to Indiana.
Fabulous. I'm excited. It's riveting.
And we had the big basketball arena where he was coach, and had such an incredible career, actually, an incredible career.
Incredible.
They treated him a little badly when he threw the chair. He was a slightly volatile guy. He threw a chair across the arena. That chair was moving pretty fast, right?
Yeah, it probably was. When you throw things, they tend not, I don't know what kind of hang time you're expecting, unless it's an episode of The Incredible Hulk.
And some foolish person, they were going for a great season that turned out, once he left, that was the end of that season, because he was such a great coach. But
it's a great story.
But so he had a chip in his shoulder, and I think
he had a chip on his shoulder. Sorry, I just what? Get to the point.
he hadn't been back. He went to Texas Tech. I think he hadn't been back there for years. Did very well at Texas Tech. He's going to do well anywhere.
Yeah, it's great. I'm with you.
And it's the first time he came back to Indiana. He was angry with Indiana, and he came.
Yeah, he was so mad. He was like, I'm going to get perfect revenge on Indiana. I'm going to get Trump elected. He'll fuck him up.
Back for me. And we did a rally.
Yes, if there's any better revenge to take out his anger and his vengeful spirit upon the people and the place of Indiana, it's to bring Donald Trump there.
It was an unbelievable. Everybody was crying in the audience. We had.
We're doomed.
Whatever maybe 18 or 20,000 people in this.
Yes, everyone was weeping. Tears in their eyes, I guess. Former greenskeeper about to become Bobby Knight's vice president.
Incredible arena, and everybody was crying.
The whole place was crying. Tears as far as the eye could see. Really, people were dehydrating and rehydrating at the same time because it was like a waterfall.
A little bit crying. He hasn't cried in a long time.
Sorry. So this keeps getting better. I'm kind of amazed.
But I didn't know that. It was a reunion. I was told that when I was going there. They said, it's a big deal because Bobby hasn't been back in years because of his, his feelings were hurt.
Jesus Christ. Who cares? What the fuck does this have to do with Iowa? You've got to get people to show up and caucus for you in January. And apparently, you're plan is to bore the living shit out of them so they can stand there all day without having to take a crap. Everybody else is leaving during the caucus and having to go take a shit, but he bored the shit out of me, so I don't even have to shit. I can stand here all day. Really? He should have bored the piss out of me. I'll be right back. You can't leave.
And he went back and he said, this guy is the guy, and he gave a pep talk. In fact, he talked for a while, and
He talked a little, he went on, did he? He was boring people, just kind of rambled. He said a bunch of stuff that didn't really interest you, but went on for a while, did it? What's that like?
He introduced me, and the place went crazy. And then he went off the stage. Everyone went wild, and I started speaking. And about 10 minutes later, he walks back on. I said, that's strange. What's Bobby doing? It's a big arena, and everything's very formal, and I see him walking back.
Are you sure you're not using notes? Because this is, this is the kind of like free-floating kind of beat poetry random that has to be, this can't be off the cuff, because no asshole would stand on a stage and think people want to hear this. This has got to be performance art.
And he says, do you mind if I say a few more words? I said, go ahead, Bobby. So I moved on. Not exactly the way you would imagine, but I said, whatever it may be. And he said, listen, here's the story.
I know he sounds boring and stupid and bigoted, and he looks like a fat, fraudulent moron, but vote for him because communism.
If we have problems, this is the only guy that's willing to bomb the hell out of the enemy. He'll bomb them at a level.
He'll chuck a chair at him and choke the shit out of
that
him.
Nobody's ever seen before. And that's all I have to say. That's it. And he walks off. I said, man. And when he said it, I said, I think I'm going to get in big trouble for that comment. But anyway, he was a great guy. And so we won Indiana tremendously. And we just ran the table. And then we had 2016, and it was the greatest, probably the most exciting night in the history of politics in this country.
No.
And then we did even better in 2020, got millions and millions more votes in the election.
Yeah, there was that one part where you lost again.
The election was rigged. It was a rigged election. They say that if you win Florida and Ohio, nobody's ever lost, but if you win...
That's not true.
Florida and Ohio...
Fuck Iowa. So you don't need Iowa is what you're saying. You just fucking, Iowa's a waste of time. Iowa never decides anything except the primary. And so once the primary's done, you're never going to see these fuckers again because fuck this dump. Is that what you're basically saying?
In a place called Iowa. And if you win that, and we won all three, and they said nobody has ever lost election. And there were many metrics like that. But you win Florida, Ohio, and Iowa.
No, that is not the metric.
Nobody has ever lost an election.
Congratulations, asshole.
With that combination. And we won. Not only did we win, we won in landslides. Ohio was great. Florida was great. And Iowa was great. And
everything else, shit.
But we're not going to let that happen. We're not going to let that happen again.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're not even going to let people vote. You're going to talk about.
We cannot let that happen again. So I just want to. I just want to say to you.
I just want to refer to my notes.
That I appreciate you being here. You're very important. That's why I came here first. Very important because you're the ones that are going to make sure that everybody gets treated beautifully. It's so different than a regular election. It's the caucus is a big deal.
Please don't tell us the Ivanka story again.
But it's so different than the regular election.
Isn't it?
Be greeting people and talking to people, and they'll ask you questions, most of which they know the answers to before they ask the question, right?
What?
But you'll do a great job, and
you will do a great job answering the questions that people already know the answers to, that apparently are just asking you to see if you're loyal to Trump.
I think we're gonna come out and we're gonna do something that, frankly,
you've never done before.
I believe it's the most important, but I think it's going to be one of the biggest political events anywhere in the world. And we're having some of them in Argentina, as you know. You saw what happened. He ran as Trump. It was Trump. Make Argentina great again. It was perfect. MAGA. He had a MAGA agenda because it's a.
And a big dumb haircut.
Conservative agenda. And it's not that we're conservative. We're common sense people. It's not a question. People say, are you conservative? Yeah.
Well, yeah, except for the pussy grabbing thing and not going to church and 3 wives. And I can't really, it sticks with me because conservative sounds so boring. It's a terrible, by the way, that's what this is about. He thinks conservative is a bad branding phrase. He thinks it's dull. And then one of the reasons that they lose the youth vote is because conservative sounds stodgy and shit.
I'm of common sense. We need borders. We had the strongest border in the history of our country. Now we have the weakest border, I believe, in the history of the world.
That's because you're ridiculous.
In the history of the world.
In the history of the world, we only started having borders that were meaningful about 150 years ago.
Because there's never been any country, a third world country wouldn't allow people to come in. They're coming in from mental institutions. They're coming in from all over the world. They're coming in from
all over the world just from mental institutions.
Jails and prisons.
Mental institution stand.
There's a slight difference between the two. One's rougher than the other. They're coming in from mental institutions, but they're coming in from insane asylums. They're
both
dumping everybody into our country from all over the world.
Using water slides, I'm assuming. Or do they catapult them like it's like it's a Monty Python sketch about the Holy Grail?
Last week they caught numerous people coming in from the Congo.
Why would they catch them? I thought the border was open. If it's wide open, why are they catching them?
They're coming in from Africa. They're coming in from...
Not Africa. Yikes! Have you heard... You know what color those people are? Oh my God. Africa? Yikes.
China at large levels from China.
Large levels. Levels that are large.
You see 26,000 people from China, all young males, okay? So
yeah, they have a lot of those. They have a lot of extra of those guys.
What's going on with that?
Well, they can't find brides, and there's the Chinese diaspora over here who's doing very well, and they also can't work because they have 24% youth unemployment across the entire country, and in the big cities, it's like 56% in that age range. So they're economic migrants that need work as bad as anybody from Honduras or Guatemala or any of these other countries. That's what they're doing. But they also have money to buy their way across. So they spend $60K getting across the border. They get pushed to the front of the line.
1,000 people just was reported over a short period of time. This isn't a long period of time. So what are we building?
No, it's not a long.
Building a little army in our country?
Yeah, which is a good thing to say as a presidential candidate, because what you really want to do is have people look at young Chinese men, most of whom who grew up here and are just walking around, going to school and doing shit like that, like they're invaders. Maybe you'll get lucky and a maggot will just kind of hit one of them with a chair randomly and on the street just for shits and giggles.
And we have a guy named Biden who's grossly incompetent. He's corrupt, but he's also incompetent.
So he's a good guy. So he's so corrupt and he's so incompetent at being corrupt that he actually does great work. It's the irony.
And you know, I never used to speak about him like that.
He always spoke about him like that.
But when they did the indict word, when they indicted me,
all during the debates it was the same shit. What are you talking about?
Bullshit. I said now we can tell it like it has never been done in this country before. When a popular president, I got more votes than any sitting president in history by far, by millions.
Because of population growth and mail-in ballots, which you say we shouldn't have. So if you can't trust mail-in ballots and it's all fraud, why are all your mail-in ballots good, but Biden's aren't?
When a popular president who did a good job, I mean, we had think of
as long as you didn't die of COVID and you got to keep your tax cut because you were a corporation.
Think of where we were. We were energy independent.
We still are.
I got the largest tax cut in history.
Right, but it was temporary for individuals and permanent for business.
I got the largest regulation cuts in history. That's why we had the best jobs.
You didn't have the best jobs. And also those regulation cuts, as I showed earlier, the Chinese have their sovereign wealth fund, and they were able to avoid regulatory hurdles and buy things in the United States for the first time without having to go through an American company.
We had the greatest economy in history.
Nope.
Think of all the things that we were doing. I defeated ISIS. Everybody said you can't defeat.
If you defeated ISIS, then why did ISIS-K set off the bomb that killed people in Afghanistan, in Kabul?
ISIS. I defeated ISIS in 4 weeks, right?
No, you didn't.
General Raisin Cain. Raisin Cain. You heard about Raisin Cain?
Oh, yeah, we heard about him. Yeah, totally. He was like, if we don't have to worry about civilians, we can just fucking kill everybody. We'll clear this shit out in a couple of weeks. It's all this namby-pamby trying not to kill women and children bullshit that's slowing our roll.
Right? We have real generals. We have a great military, not the guys you see so much on television with, characters.
Not the characters I see on television who play generals. You mean on like shows like NCIS and things like that?
Not Jesper and Millie and these guys. The real generals.
You mean the guys you put in charge, the guys you gave the job to?
We have unbelievable generals. We have unbelievable military.
I don't believe it.
We have a great.
So I guess you're right.
Country potentially, but right now we have a country that's failing. It's a failing nation. We have a failing nation, and it's a very sad thing to watch.
It's a sad, failing nation. I was just at a football game having a root beer float. It's a big thing there where you dunk your hot dog in it in the middle of the game. And this guy next to me who was eating a ribeye in a paper tray and sucking back a beer that was bigger than his torso was saying, "Man, America's in deep shit." And I was like, I know.
We had it going so good.
So good, especially when nobody could go anywhere and there was nothing, just nothingness, and we all just stayed at home.
If Biden would have just gone to the beach like he's been doing almost every day.
Which he did, again, he went 3 times this year.
And left everything alone. If he would have left the border alone.
Oh, you mean like if you would have left your dad's fortune alone, you'd actually be a real billionaire?
Tom Holman and Brandon Judd and all of these people. We had great people, and they had the border so good. Best we've ever been in recorded history.
Right. Well, a pandemic will give you that.
And now we have an open wound. We have an
open wound.
Sieve. The water's just pouring right through. The people are coming right through.
The water's just pouring right through the sieve into our open wound.
The drugs are higher than ever before. We had
well, I think it's the people on the drugs, but
way down.
We had, they were downers. So you were importing more downers than uppers. I see.
And I had a deal with President Xi of China. They were going to criminalize fentanyl. If you make fentanyl and you get caught, they're going to criminalize it. And you know what their penalty
They already criminalized
is if you get caught with drugs? Death penalty for drug dealers and for drug makers.
No, they don't give the death penalty to pharmaceutical companies. And also, you're going to tell this group of people that, in your opinion, China kept COVID quiet and released it on us as a bioweapon, but you could believe them when they said they were going to make a deal with you about fentanyl.
And they were going to criminalize it.
Totally.
And it was all done, and then we had the...
Yeah, it was all done. I mean, they were going to do it. They just didn't want to.
The result of this ridiculous election where they used COVID to cheat and other things, too. You don't even have to go into ballot stuffing, the 2,000 mules and all of that. You don't have to. And by the way, the 2,000 mules
is ridiculous.
Hundreds of thousands, millions of ballots we're talking about. We're not.
No, we're not.
We're talking about millions and millions. And it's coming out now. It's very interesting. All the time you see, yesterday I read about.
Okay, first of all, no, he didn't. And I've gone through the 2,000 mules, and this motherfucker thinks that the reenactments are real people.
In Georgia, 3,600 duplicate ballots. That means 2 ballots, 2 of them, and almost all of them happen to be for a guy named Biden. So it's a very...
So almost all of them, meaning you're talking about the ones that they had to make copies of and they ran the copies through, but no, they weren't duplicate counted?
And that's where we are now with our country.
You're not anywhere, dummy.
Country, and now you look at our country, it's a mess. It's a mess. But we'll turn it around and we'll make it greater than ever before. We can do that. We're going to close up the borders. You're going to come into the country, but you're going to come in legally. Now people say, why should I go through a process when I could go into the Mexican or even on the northern border to a lesser extent?
Yeah, just sneak in through Canada.
But why should we go through a process of learning about our Constitution and doing it the way it has been done? And all we have to do is just go to the Mexican border and walk right into the...
Oh, I see. Why do I have to go through the attempt at citizenship or try to get my citizenship if I can just sneak through? I don't have to memorize all that Constitution stuff.
The country. So it's a very, very sad thing.
It is. It's sad.
But we're going to make our country greater than ever. It'll be the greatest comeback in history. I'm not talking about comeback politically because I don't care about that. It'll be the greatest comeback for a country because our country right now is a dying country.
Yeah, we're not really.
We're not respected by anybody.
Yeah, we are.
If I were elected, you wouldn't have had Ukraine, thousands, hundreds of thousands, and include Russia.
Yeah, poor Russia.
All of these people that are dying,
these poor
fighting, they would have never been fighting.
Right, they would have just taken over the place because Ukraine wouldn't have had the ability to fight back without us.
Zero chance. Number one, oil was so low that they wouldn't have had the money to prosecute the war. You know, we had oil at $40 a barrel. Now it's $100 during this
No, it's not.
period. And, you know, Russia can proudly say or unproudly say that.
Unproudly. I prefer unproudly. That's a good word. Unproudly.
There's never been a thing like this where a country.
Yes, they can unproudly say there's never been a thing like this.
Is making a lot of money by fighting a war. So Biden is keeping these prices so high.
Is he?
And he wants to end the war, but the war's never going to end because.
Yeah, he wants to end it, but it's never going to end.
They are a money machine right now. They're making.
Yeah, Russia's doing great with this war. They are making so much money killing off their military-age males at a clip not seen since World War II.
So much money.
Oh yeah, I mean they're fucking printing money. I guess it's great for the economy, and because in the immortal words of Bobcat, because a dead guy can't flip a burger.
And they're fighting and they're killing a lot of people. You look at.
Yeah, that I've heard that happens in war sometimes, but I don't know. I'm no expert like you.
What's going on? And
what's going on?
It would have never happened. Zero chance. And I told.
Zero chance that they would have had a chance to fight back.
Putin, I spoke to him. It was the apple of his eye. There's no question about it. But I said.
It was the apple of his eye. He's just got a little gleam. Yeah.
Vladimir, if you do that, it's going to be rough. I won't tell you exactly the conversation, but.
Because your mouth was full?
He said, no way. I said, way. It's going to happen, way. And he didn't believe me, but he believed me 10%, and that's all he needed.
All right, and again, this is just fucking what weird, like, mean girl high school conversation he's supposedly have. Did he say like and totally?
And I had the same conversation with President Xi of China.
And
I talked about that in Beijing, that if you go into Taiwan, we're gonna have real problems if you do that. We're talking about Beijing. And he would have.
Yeah, just talking about Beijing and Beijing as a place. And if Beijing goes into Taiwan, then.
We didn't even talk about Taiwan, right? These things weren't really even discussed when I left.
Because the plan was so far out that you were like, this won't fucking matter. It's not going to happen while I'm president. And Putin promised he won't do it while I'm president, but I'll just help him kind of tee it up.
I remember 28 bombers, right after I left, 28 bombers flew right over the middle of Taiwan.
No, they did not.
And that's just there waiting. I mean, it's waiting. And now we bring up to the one that's just happened over the last couple of months is.
Yeah, the thing.
Israel would have never happened. Zero chance.
Zero chance, even though they planned it based on your actions on the Golan Heights in Jerusalem and the embassy.
Zero chance. You had a country, Iran, which is doing all of the funding. They were broke.
No, they weren't. The $6 billion that Biden was going to give them in exchange for the hostages was made during the Trump administration and held in a South Korean bank.
People weren't allowed to buy oil there because I said if you buy there, you're not going to do any business in the United States. So.
Yeah, but you said that after you gave them a waiver for 2 years, and then they caught you with the waiver, and then you shut it down.
China wasn't buying, and India wasn't buying. Nobody was buying, and they didn't have the money to fund anything. Now they have $250 billion.
By the way, I like the way he said it last time. Where was it?
China don't buy. None of you buy. Dollars in the bank. 250, not including the $6 billion they got for 5 hostages. $6 billion.
Yeah, they didn't get that money.
They released $6 billion, and the.
No, they didn't.
The other one is pretty incredible. They just, you read about it 2 days ago, for electric. You know, they sell electric to
They do sell electric.
Iraq, and we had control.
Electricity, you mean?
Over it, and they just released $10 billion for the electric. 10 billion, so they have 6 billion and 10, but that's peanuts. The big thing is the oil. And
so Iraq just has to go dark because
they released all of our sanctions, all of the things that we had going where we would have had a deal. I think we would have had a deal with
within a week.
Iran within 2 weeks of the election, had the election been an honest, not rigged election. So
why? If you still thought you had and by the way, this motherfucker allegedly still thought he won. If the election was, if this is went to, and I really want to mention this. So this motherfucker wants us to believe that he actually won the election. It was rigged, and that his prep for January 6th was, it's stolen. We're going to fucking win this because I actually won. I really believe that. Everybody told me I lost, but I don't believe it at all. But just in case I did lose, don't call Iran back with that fucking deal. And whatever you do, don't tell them I think I won.
So many bad things have happened to our country.
Have they? Like what?
But we're going to turn it around, and I think we can do it fast.
You think so? Well, you thought that about the healthcare plan.
We're going to drill. We're going to be drilling like you have never seen before. We're going to end your mandate on cars. You know, you have cars. Here's the problem with an electric car.
Yeah, tell me the story. The problem with an electric car. Let's hear it.
They don't go far. Very simple.
They don't go far. Okay, let's see the let's see. Let's see. Let's see. They don't go far. Obviously, these tiny little ones probably go a long way, but I don't know what the hell kind of situation is. You know, it's available. Let's see, up to compare the Ram motor horsepower range. Well, this is here's the Hummer SUV. You know what I mean? Because all these cars are very small and whatever. 2024 Hummer EV has a range of where's the range on this thing? EPA estimated up to 314 miles electric range, and then both of these 314 miles. The Hummer, the electric Hummer, goes 314 miles. Let's see the Toyota. Let's go and see what the range. Plug-in hybrid, all we're done. Electrified, fuel plug-in, all. We'll go to all electric, and let's see. Refreshing. This is here's the all electric BZ4X from Toyota. That's got a 252 mile range. That's only 42K estimated range. There you go. Look at that thing. That's pretty cool looking. Charging made simple. Look at that. Fine one drive. Look at this. That's pretty sweet. That thing looks really nifty, actually. Excuse me 1 second. I'll just enjoy that for a second. Yeah, that's the electric one. That's they're all electric. There's fuel cell electric, which is these guys right here. That's 49K, whatever. That's a gas and electric. That gives you 76 miles to the gallon. 76, 71. Look at that. The plug-in hybrid gives you 38 and 114. Look at that. 114 miles per gallon electric, and then 94 miles per gallon electric until you need to use gas for the RAV4 Prime and the Prius Prime. That's pretty sweet. Well, let's see what else we got here. I don't know. Nobody can go very far, though, and that's the estimated range on this. Let's see. Let's just go with average EV range 2023 in general. And the new Nissans, let's see what the Nissan range is. Good acceleration range. They don't go very far, guys. I mean, just saying. Let's see. This is the 36 minutes. That's the pay on this. Contact, build, and price. These are the things. Hold on. Let's go to the Nissan Ariya. And, okay, this is the Nissan Ariya. This goes 216 miles on a charge. This one goes 205. the Aria Engage. This one goes 304. That's pretty solid. 289 for this guy. You get the point. My point is that this old fart doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Somebody would say, I wish I could make it more complex. Like, here's the problem. They don't go far.
They go hundreds of miles.
They cost a fortune.
No, the ones I showed you are pretty average.
But they don't go far.
They go as far as a lot of older cars that drove gas, but for nothing.
So unless you want to go to the local store or something, you're not going to buy it. If you say, let's take a trip to, let's see, what's a nice place around?
Let me see. I'm in Iowa.
Let's go to Ohio. Let's say, let's go down to Florida. No, you'd have to make 30 stops, right? You don't want to go to Florida. Too many stops. But.
Hold on. There you go. So I know I turned off the audio because I was talking to the S lady to do some math for me or whatever, but you would have to stop about 5.17 times. Just if you were driving from Iowa to Florida, you'd have to drive 5 times to recharge. And
you have to make all these stops.
Hold on. How many times?
You want to go to Florida. Too many stops. But, you have to.
Hold on, back up.
Let's say, let's go down to Florida. No, you'd have to make 30 stops, right?
Yeah, I didn't want to trigger everyone's Siri, so I mute myself when I do that.
You don't want to go to Florida. Too many stops. But, you have to make all these stops. They take a long time. The whole thing is ridiculous.
No, you don't. It takes about 45 minutes. You stop and eat something, stretch your legs. You can, if you stay overnight on a car trip like that, you can charge up overnight.
It's almost like, and the new one is they want to make army tanks. They want to do the army tank thing. You know about that?
They want to do the army tank thing.
They want to make army tanks all electric. Do you believe?
Gee, it's, and also, hold on one second. I don't know where he gets this, by the way. Electric army tanks. You're welcome. Yeah, this is what he's talking about. Electric military vehicles are part of the Biden climate agenda, Pentagon says. This is from military.com. This is, yeah, sorry. And by the way, here you go. Fleets of electric vehicles ready to shoulder the military's workload and slash greenhouse gas emissions are over the coming decade. That's what the Pentagon is hoping to pull off as part of President Joe Biden's efforts to combat climate change. Tactical vehicles will first go hybrid, using a mix of fossil fuels and electricity before making a full transition, while about 170,000 non-tactical cars and trucks used on military bases could go right to electric. Electric vehicles are quiet. They have a low heat signature, an incredible torque, and because they tend to be low maintenance with fewer moving parts, they have the potential to reduce logistical requirements. You also, if anybody has watched The fucking Martian, can charge them using solar panels if you need, or other sources in a way that you cannot if you run out of fucking gas. They're also, like I said, they're silent. Can you imagine silent fucking tanks with a low heat signature?
We have the greatest tanks in the world.
Yes, and they could be greater.
And we do the best tanks. We do the best submarines.
We do the best tanks.
Do the best, a lot of the best things, but
yeah, a lot of the best things. I would bore you with the list. But
we make the greatest army tanks. They want to make them electric. Now think of this.
Okay, here we go. Let's picture this. Think of this. He's going to tell you a story. Electric tank. Go.
They have the same problem. They don't go far, right? They don't go far. So you're in the middle of the desert. You say, we're running low on electric. Do that.
Gee, what What do they have? If you're running low on fuel in the middle of the desert, I guess you're kind of fucked unless a truck pulls up. But if you were, let's say, in the desert, is there something that you could say unfurl that would collect energy from something that the desert has a lot of? Like, I don't know, I'm spitballing sunlight, for example. Recharge the tank and be able to continue moving. It's just a thought.
Have a charger around anybody? They're charging?
Yeah, in the desert, you could have solar panels all over the tank, I think, technically.
The other thing, batteries are very big. They're very big.
They are very big.
Heavy.
Although NASA and the military, when they get in the battery game, that's one of the reasons why. Oh, can I just do this? Tell me about this battery that's very big and very heavy. I know I'm getting nerdy now, and we're gonna dive back into this shit in a second. But nice. Here we go. Clean Technica. I'm just gonna nerd out for a second. Here it is. Sulfur selenium solid state battery from NASA breaks energy storage boundaries. Isn't that nice? Shit, I opened up the page again. I hate when it does that. Get back up here. Open that up. And here. And then there you go. And then come back, you silly thing, with this guy right here. There you go. I don't know why it... Windows, you do weird shit. Because I'm moving a window down doesn't mean I want all the windows to vanish. I don't get what that is. Someone Windowsy figure that out for me. Anyways, sulfur selenium solid state battery from NASA breaks energy storage boundaries. And it's super fucking light. These are the big ones for the buildings. But they have little ones too. There you go. Because they have to be really light to get up into space.
So you'd have to have the Army tank pulling a battery probably and a truck behind it. So you're pulling a battery. That wouldn't look too cool.
Yeah, that's the problem with tanks. They have to look
But
cool.
what do we do? So we want to have
If
nice...
they were if they were silent, they could sneak up on people, and that wouldn't be cool either. You want to hear these things going from miles away.
Clean emissions so that the country that we're blowing to hell is not hurt environmentally. Now, is the same thing?
Well, you would think that ultimately the overall environment that we share, because the air moves and the earth spins, this dumb motherfucker.
Thing with planes, they want jet fighters. They want you to use a certain type of biofuel and it's a fuel that is 15% less efficient for the plane. So think of it. You're a pilot. You got this really incredible weapon.
I'm thinking about it.
And now you're expected to use a plane that's 15% less. So here's the difference. 15% less than having the full.
Yeah, it's 15% less than having the full. Gotcha.
The difference is, one, you get blown out of the air and you don't have a chance. The other one is they don't have a chance against you.
The fuel would have to do with range or how long you could hang in the sky, not your maneuverability.
But they want to do that so that we...
What do they want to do? What the fuck are you talking about?
Protect the environment over the country that we're bombing the hell out of. Isn't it just... Are these people crazy?
No, you are. You're an idiot and you're making this up and it's gibberish and you're a very silly person.
They also want to go to all electric boats. You know, I was in South Carolina, really...
Oh, dear God. Here it comes. This is the shark and the fucking boat. Would you rather be electrocuted or would you rather a shark eat you?
Great boat company, boat manufacturer.
Yeah, boat business. Boats are us. Yeah.
And I said, so what's the big problem? Well, sir, they want us to start thinking about going all electric boats. I said, wouldn't that be very heavy? He said, heavy? The whole boat's going to be a battery. And I actually brought up a thing. I said, so if your boat sinks, do you get electrocuted when...
Yeah, that's what a stupid person would say.
It goes down? He said, nobody's ever asked that question.
Well, if it's only going down because you're out of power...
I said...
I don't know. Gee, has anybody ever been burned up by fire on the surface of the water from the fuel of the boat that they're in?
If I'm going down in a boat and there's a shark 10 yards away or I'm going to get electrocuted, could that happen? He said it could. I said, well, you know what? If it's true, I think I'll take the electrocution because I'm not going near that shark.
Yes. So I didn't know till just now that that Stormy Daniels owned a boat company.
But they are talking about things like that. These people are crazy.
Okay, we covered the electric boat.
These people are crazy.
No, they're not. You're just stupid. You're just incapable of understanding these things. They are beyond your reason, which is not saying much, but...
They want to make all electric trucks, the big 18-wheelers, the biggest trucks, and...
Yeah, by they, he means Elon Musk, by the way, and Amazon. If they want them, they can have them. They're going to make them.
She says, wait, oh, you drive. Can you imagine? So,
yes, she can imagine. She wants one.
So if you go to like a Peterbilt or one of these great truck companies, and if you have a truck, big one, they can go 2,000 miles on a big tank of diesel.
Right, but then you have a driver falling asleep at the wheel. Asshat, are you out of your fucking mind? You think human beings drive trucks for 2,000 miles straight without stopping?
An electric...
It's not a train, dumb fuck.
Truck, big one, will go 300 miles. So that means you're stopping 6 or 7.
No, it won't, because it has both a bigger battery array and a solar panel across the top of the entire truck.
Times. You talk about supply chain problems. You're going to stop 6 or 7 times, and the load, it's not as good. It's not as... The whole thing is a disaster. And
and that's why Amazon and Tesla are both investing hugely.
Met with trucking companies. They say, we tell them this. A child would understand it in 5 minutes, and they wouldn't do it. We tell them this, and it has no impact. You drive a truck? What kind of a truck is it? What?
I drive a school bus, too.
And how do you find it from the standpoint...
Well, it's usually where she parked it, I guess. It's still there, unless it's been stolen, I guess. But then you just file a police report, and it's got, you know...
Of the electric.
It's ridiculous. We have 2 battery-operated school buses in Cedar Rapids.
Right.
Really good for 3 years.
So she has 2 buses that are operated by electric, by battery, and they're good. In other words,
Really good for 3 years.
That's because the battery's no good, right? And that's about 90% of the cost.
Yeah.
And the other ones, you could keep them going forever, right?
Absolutely. We've got buses from 2009.
Natural gas buses, by the way.
But see, at least a school bus, you know, you'll have a shorter day or shorter this and that and shorter stuff.
I drove a dump truck. You couldn't do that in town.
You can't do it. No.
Yeah, you can't drive an electric dump truck. I mean, that's just... And by the way, this is what it feels like, asshole. She's boring you the way you've been boring us.
As a truck driver, you're going to be screwed out on the road.
Well, no, you're going to be getting your battery charged. And this is a truck driver. You don't look like a truck driver to me, I'll tell you. That's one hell of a truck driver.
What do truck drivers look like?
Somebody's going to say she's a plant. She's a plant. No, but she knows the subject.
She's not just a truck driver. She's a bus driver and a dump truck driver.
You can see it. No, it's terrible. It's terrible. And
it is terrible.
You can't talk really because these people are crazy.
Yes, these people are crazy. Hold on one second. Let me show you how crazy they are real quick. Just because we're hanging out. I'm doing late tonight because I don't have a show tomorrow. Real quick. Where were we? Let's see. Oh, sorry. I should do this. Just more generic. Let's see. See if these are. Here, I'll just show you this right here. The Triton EV debuts all-electric 18-wheeler semi-truck. The Triton EV, a new subsidiary of Triton Solar, has produced a 100% electric-powered, full-service 18-wheeler truck. The truck, which is a hybrid of hydrogen fuels that generate electricity stored in onboard batteries, has a 220,000-pound towing capacity, the same as any comparable diesel truck on the road. Triton EV was able to produce the prototype in just over 1 month, a remarkable achievement considering the typical years-long development cycle for competing vehicles in the industry. We decided to go for it, explained Himanshu Patel, founder and CEO of Triton EV. Everyone was saying, no, it can't be done. It will take 5 years and $100 million. We thought, no, it took 35 days. Trend in the industry is to emphasize hydrogen while using relatively few batteries. This causes an issue with torque, as hydrogen does not usually generate enough torque to haul an 80,000-pound trailer to sufficient speed and acceleration. Triton EV took the opposite approach with a lot of batteries and a little bit of hydrogen. The reason we do this is hydrogen is the range extender. Here you go. Volta Zero introduced, selected by Bing and posters for trials in the Nordic region. 100 Mercedes Actros long-haul trucks for its fleet. Yeah, E-Actros, that's these guys. These are Mercedes-Benz for Europe, long-distance haulage technique. Use the battery electric Electros long-haul. Let's see what, I don't know what the range it says in. The batteries of the production each truck can be charged from 20 to 80% in well under 30 minutes at a charging station with the output of about 1 megawatt. 3 battery packs provide an installed capacity of 600 megawatts as part of a new e-axle, generate a continuous output of 400 kilowatts and a peak of 500 the track units. I don't know where they say the range. I guess it's affected by the haul size of that. Let's see. I gotta look. I'm gonna have to look for 18-wheel electric truck range. Well, yeah. I guess here's his buddy Elon Musk. Elon Musk unveiled the Tesla Semi, the company's first electric 18-wheeler. The truck is capable of going from 0 to 60 miles per hour in 5 seconds and has a range of 500 miles on a single charge. That's this guy right here. Tesla, how far can you tow with an electric truck? How far can you tow with an electric truck? We put 9,000 pounds on the hatch of, that's just a regular one, not the 18-wheeler. The F-150 Lightning is this. I gotta say, like, this thing's fucking awesome. The click on it, you silly. There it is. Back up, you dummy. Back up. There it is. Go back to here. I hate how this moves around. Quit it. There it is. I gotta say, like, of all these, like, when the trucks all came out, I see. So they just went straight to there. There it is. 2023 F-150 Lightning. It's kind of expensive for my taste, because I'm not a big pickup truck person. But it's a 4-door pickup truck, so the bed, if they had a hatched cover on this fucking thing, it'd be kind of bitching. But you could power your house for 3 fucking days in a storm. Find me a fucking gas car that can do that. Look at the Edison truck. Okay, hold on one second. Edison electric truck. Looking. This is now we're getting nerdy on this. Ford Edison Motors. Oh, I see. This is the Canadian Clean Company. Okay, this is a Canadian company. Yeah. Edison can be a manufacturer existing. Oh, they convert into electric, and then they. Okay, so that's cool. So the R series, they'll take whatever your truck is, your tow truck or whatever the fuck, and they'll convert it to electric for this. Then the L series is the world's first vocational designed electric semi-truck. This is an electric truck designed for hard work. That's this guy right here. And then the Edison High School Challenge made this. The Edison is hosting an EV design challenge to, okay, why Edison? That's lovely. Learn their history. That's really cool. Way to go, Canada. Look at you guys. Simple innovation. There's the truck. What more could you ask for? Reserve a truck or test drive. Have a testing partnership. Built by truckers for truckers, but clearly not hot female ones from Iowa.
You can't talk reason to them. I could sit down and in 3 minutes explain like the trucks.
No, you couldn't. Explain it to me, motherfucker. Explain it to me. Watch me say the average range that I saw for these electric trucks, they charge in 30 minutes, and which is, by the way, these are commercial trucks. You have to stop legally for a period of time. You can't just drive straight fucking through like a maniac for 10 hours. It's against the rules. It's dangerous. So you have to stop, get a bite to eat, take a walk, take a fucking shower, do something else. So the idea that this half hour of charge or even an hour of charge would be somehow a problem is just fucked up. Plus, they have 300 to 500 mile range, depending on what you have, which is the same as a diesel truck.
Or the army tanks, or even cars. But at least with cars, you could say, hey, if it's a short distance, and you should be able to buy electric, but you also should be able to buy gasoline-powered cars. We have all the gasoline that China doesn't have. It. China, all of this that you're seeing with the UAW, it's going to turn out to be a disaster because they haven't done anything about this electric car mandate. And you're not going to have any of these cars made in the United States. It's going to be a disaster for the UAW, for the people of the UAW, how they approve.
That's because he thinks auto workers are grease monkeys who don't understand complex machinery and
that contract without making a deal on that. So these are just some of the many problems.
Yeah, many things that you just bullshit about.
So many problems. One of the biggest problems is the world does not respect us anymore. They respected us 3 years ago, like at a level that I don't think they've ever respected us. And now they don't. I tell the story with Macron. I said, you're going to do that? Well, we're going to put 100% tariff on your wine and champagne. They were going to do something very bad to
because when he thinks France, he thinks that's the only thing they output.
Our country. They were going to tax our companies. And that's not fair. We have to protect our American companies. And I said, you're going to do it. And my people said, sir, there's no turning back. I mean, they're going to do it. Oh, really? I don't think they're going to do it. I said, try it again. Smart people. They came back. They said, no, they won't do it. I said, let me handle it, okay? And I called up Macron. I said, listen, you're going to do it? Yes, sir. It's already signed, sir. I'm sorry, you know.
Yeah, it's weird how he drops his French accent just like that. It's odd, you know. It's isn't that funny? Yeah, I would have assumed that Macron had a French accent. I don't know. I'm crazy.
And I said, well, that's okay, but here's what we're doing. On Monday morning, we're going to put a 100% tariff on all wines and champagnes coming into the United States. You can't do that. That's not fair. What you're doing isn't fair, too. And within about 3 minutes, he said, may I call you back? This is Macron, who I like a lot, by the way, but he's for France, you know. He's not for us. He's for France. And he called me back in 5 minutes. He says, we've decided to take off the tax on American companies, right? Took me 4 minutes, and I...
Bullshit, by the way. Again, there are industries that we have that they can't possibly compete in, and they wouldn't have any substructure of certain agricultural goods or certain manufacturing at all if they allowed us or any other country to just dump whatever we have into their... because we're so much bigger than France. It's like we've talked about this before, but it's like the Canadian dairy tariffs, because if America just decided to like fuck the Canadian dairy industry out of existence, we could do it with just the output from Wisconsin alone. We have, you know, the government cheese thing where you just have all this leftover cheese and we just store it and store it and store it. That if we just like decided one day, just like fuck Canada, and we just sell it into the system so that they, at such a low price, they couldn't possibly do anything about it, it would destroy their entire dairy industry completely. And then if there was ever an emergency, we had a failed state situation, or there was another pandemic and shipping was gone, they wouldn't be able to, they wouldn't have any of those products because we'd killed their industry. That's why a lot of these countries have a trade imbalance with us, because we're so fucking much bigger than they are.
I was told by my geniuses you couldn't do it. They worked on it for months. So anyway, that's the way it goes. But
so anyways, that's the way it goes.
I just want you to say it. What? We want Iowa people. We want, well, you know, with your governor, we
fuck it, yeah.
I got along with her very well. No, I got along with her very well. I mean, you know, I helped her a lot because I took, as you know, a great governor, Terry Branstad, and I made him the ambassador to China. He told me an amazing story, and that's why.
Yeah, you made him the ambassador to China, and then thank God nothing bad happened with China, and we didn't have any issues with them at all during your presidency.
You know, long before I was in Iowa making a speech, and he said, could you ease up in China a little bit? I said, why? He said, because I'm very friendly with the president of China. I said, how would you know the president of China? He said, when I was selling corn, he was the buyer. He was representing, and he came home like 40 years ago. He told me the story. It was amazing.
By the way, Xi Jinping is friends with people in Iowa, and when he met Biden in San Francisco, they flew a group of people from Iowa up to see him because he considered them old friends from his days when he wasn't the president of China, and I hate using that, the chairman of the CCP. Before that, when he was the the vice chair, and he was just kind of an up and comer, he had trade relationships and almost a normal kind of relationship with a bunch of these people until he took over.
And I remembered, and I said, "How would you like to be ambassador to China?" Right?
Yeah, like a fucking idiot.
But I said, Terry, let me ask you, why would you know him? He said, because we got to be friendly. He was a buyer of corn. And, Terry was a very successful
corn seller
for the state
of corn.
And I remember the story, and it was pretty amazing.
And I put it on a list right next to Bobby Knight's autograph. It's a great story. I don't want to bore you, but God damn it.
And he said to me that he went back home and he told his wife, he said, I met the most capable person, and I believe he's going to be a president of China someday. That was 40 years before. And lo and behold, so when I became president, I took him.
This guy went home and told his wife, I met the most capable person. He said it like that, did he?
I'm out. I said, you just set the record. He's the longest serving governor in the history of the country, not just of the state, but of all states, 24 years or something like that.
No wonder he likes Xi Jinping. He wanted to be governor for life, I guess.
I said, you've broken the record. How about doing the following? Why don't you become ambassador to China? You'll be friendly with President Xi. That makes sense to me and all that. And he did. He did a very good job. But because of that,
Yeah. I mean, obviously, he greased the wheels so that COVID could come in, and then never mind, nothing happened.
Kim Reynolds was the lieutenant governor. She became governor.
Yeah, they live there. They know.
And that was fine with me. Then
Yeah, it's fine.
An election was coming up, and generally speaking, when people get put into a position like that, they lose in politics for whatever reason.
Most people lose in an election? Well, I guess it's 50-50.
It's like if you look back at the history books, when a governor appoints himself senator, which happens, they very rarely win. I think they almost never win because people don't like that.
But she won?
But she was, now she was the governor.
Yep, and she got reelected.
And doing nicely. She was doing fine, It was not that difficult. This state is not that difficult.
Yeah, it's a stupid state full of stupid people. It's not hard.
And it's a great...
Look, that guy did it for a long time, and he was a fucking moron, and I just made him, our ambassador to China, because that doesn't take any fucking brains.
State with great people. But she became the governor, and then...
Yeah, again, you're in Iowa. They know the story.
And she called me. She had a big problem. She was running against a very wealthy man, I believe a farmer.
Oh, wait, so you got her elected too, and now she's turned on you? Do you know anyone that you've worked with that hasn't gone, fuck this guy?
Farmer, handsome man, they said. Handsome, good-looking, wealthy.
Oh, that's what handsome means. I always get those mixed up.
Democrat.
Everything.
And he was way up in the polls, and he was going to win. And I came in, I did a big rally, I did a big endorsement of her.
And then she fucking turned on you.
Fought like hell, and she ended up winning, right?
Right.
And then the second time was much easier, but I also...
So she got reelected again?
Kept you in the position of first. You were first in the nation, which I didn't have to do.
Yeah, I didn't have to do, but I decided to because if it's any other state, I might actually have to do some work, and caucuses are way easier.
So I did all these things, and then I spoke to Kim about 4 or 5 months ago, whatever.
Whatever.
And she said, I'd like to remain neutral. I said, I'd like to remain neutral too. I didn't have to come here and do rallies for you. And she said, what do you mean? Well, because we're first in the nation, I'd like to remain. I said, I'm the one that kept you first in the nation. She said, well, it's, because of that, though, I'd like to remain neutral. I'd like to be able to go and really politic and work with all of the candidates. I said, all of the candidates are running against me. That doesn't sound like so good. And it wasn't a quid pro quo, as they used to say.
Yes, it is, apparently. Or you thought it was. Maybe that's the issue. You thought it was a quid pro quo, and it ain't, dumb fuck. I got news for you. Whoever the Republican was, they would have run along with the RNC and others to keep her in a position, especially if there was a chance a Democrat could take the fucking state. Of course you push for her and do rallies for her. And no, she's not going to guarantee. She wants to stay in fucking office. And you can only do one more fucking run. 4 years, that's it. The last governor of Iowa, one of the reasons why he fucking stayed there as long as he fucking did is because he was after people who would go, like the Bushes of the world and Reagan. He hung in there.
And impeachment hoax number one, which there were none except with them. They had the quid pro quo. They're the ones that cheated. We didn't cheat at all.
It's great. Thanks. I'm with you. Go back to Iowa.
But, you know, she said, I think I'd like to be able to campaign with everybody.
And you just said, you bitch.
I said, so you're actually telling me that you want to be able to campaign with everybody?
She wants to see other people. There's some young new meat around, and she's just think of it as the conversation you've had with your exes, but you never had it. You just cheated and fucked off.
Because you're first in the nation. I'm the one that made you first in the nation, and I would have done it anyway, but I would have done it anyway. And I said, all right, that's a very shocking thing, but you don't have to have it. I wouldn't, you know, I mean, she's not here. I wouldn't have her here. So that's the way it is.
Well, you couldn't have her here because she endorsed DeSantis. I don't know if you guys know that. Kim Reynolds, she endorsed DeSantis, not him. Who, by the way, also he says he got elected and did rallies for and then turned on him. So, you know, I'm beginning to think Republicans are just fucking awful.
So then she goes, and I read where she's going to support Ron DeSanctimonious, who's like 50 points, who in the nation is like 50 points down and very substantially down here. And people have found out he's got no personality, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, but he can be president for 8 years and you can't. And so she's, you know, that's, and also you're fucking gross and stupid and probably going to be in jail. I mean, there's that. But mostly because 8 years.
And, you know, after all the things I did, then he said, essentially, he said, I have no comment. Are you going to run against the president? He said, I have no comment. When he says he has no comment, that means he's running. So I said, if you're running, oh, he's running. And my people, these geniuses all over the room, they said, sir, you shouldn't hit him. He's a Republican. I said, I don't care if he's a Republican. And we hit him rather hard. And he went down like all the others.
Like a sick bird falling slowly from the sky, like you said earlier at the beginning of this shit.
So he went down.
Because you're talking in circles like a dementia patient.
And it was one of those things. But she said she's going to endorse him because he worked very hard. Now, how do you endorse somebody that's 40 or 50 points down?
Hey, asshole. You just told us the story of how Ron DeSantis became governor, where you endorsed him when he was 40 points down. That is literally how you described DeSantis' gubernatorial campaign. Literally. Oh, man.
Got to be something there.
Yeah, there's got to be something there. One would think. Why did you endorse him? Why'd you endorse her?
So Now, I can only tell you this, and I have nothing. I mean, that was her choice to do this.
Right, yes, it's a woman's choice.
But I believe in loyalty. I didn't say I'm going to do this. I don't care if she endorses me or not. It's not going to
I guess you do. You sound a little pissed.
make any difference because the only endorsement that matters is a Trump endorsement. I hate to say it. But
yeah, but you can't endorse yourself. I mean, basically that's what this is. Isn't that all these are, is you endorsing you?
When somebody
by saying we like you're the fucking queen
does that, that's a lack of loyalty. And my people all told me, sir, don't bring up a story like that because I'm just doing this now because we're all working for the same thing. We want to win this election. We got to.
Yeah, I'm just bored, and you don't have anywhere to go, do you?
Take back our country. But
anyways, yeah, people.
They said, sir, people don't care about loyalty. I said, I think they do.
Okay, first of all, there is no fucking way his staff, the people that work for him, said to him, people don't care about loyalty. Didn't happen. Just straight up nonsense. And here's the thing. If they did, this motherfucker only hires people who don't care about loyalty. No wonder DeSantis and Kim Reynolds turned on him. Do you have any idea how stupid you sound?
And I've been right, because here's what happened. 6-7 months ago, she was the most popular governor in the country. Do you know where she is now? Last. She went from most popular governor in the country to the least popular, and he's right down at the bottom, too. So she went.
Which is great. I think Democrats, it's a good time to run a rock-solid gubernatorial candidate in Iowa and Florida right now. I think you go for it. Yeah.
From the most, and I was even surprised to see this, but she went from the most popular governor in the nation to the least popular governor in the nation. Same chart, same poll, very respected, everything else.
Very respected. Totally respected.
It's shocking.
It is shocking.
But look, I wish her well. I mean, to me, I got along with her great. I did a lot for your state with your, all your breakage, all your floods. You have so many floods I've never seen.
Your breakage. And all your stores where, customers don't look where they're going and knock shit over, when your corn cracks.
And I think you had record floods. We took care of Iowa better than any president ever.
A, no, you didn't. B, what the fuck? Then you're supposed to, you dumb motherfucker.
Including the ethanol, but all of the problems that you were having with the heavy rain and the heavy falls and
the heavy falls. It was heavy Cedar Falls, Sioux Falls. That was the heavy falls. Is that on your mind? Is the word falls on your mind? Instead of Sioux City, it's Sioux Falls, and so heavy falls is stuck in your head, and you're just afraid you're going to say Sioux Falls again. Is that what's up? Heavy falls.
Oh, but all of the problems that you were having with the heavy rain and the heavy falls and the breaking dams and everything.
Yeah, the breaking dams.
We took care of everything.
The breaking dams. Yeah. Did you?
So you really like to be shown some support when that happens, right? I don't think that's abnormal.
Yeah, I also don't think it's abnormal for the federal government to take the fucking governor of Iowa's phone call, whoever the fuck it is.
And I mean, she's supporting a guy that fought ethanol. He fought your Social Security. He fought Medicare.
He fought your Social Security.
He wanted to raise Social Security up to 70, and he fought against Social Security. But he also fought Security up to 70.
Hold on.
He fought Medicare.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to raise Social Security up to 70, and he fought against Social Security. But he also fought ethanol.
Yeah, he wanted to raise it up to 70, and he fought it.
No, because that's very personal.
He fought his own raising of it at 70. I mean, I know he thinks he's saying sentences, but I'm not quite sure what's falling out of his fucking face.
Personal to you, and he fought it very hard. And he
fought it very hard.
Frankly, he fought the farmers, the farm bills, and everything else. I did just the opposite. By the way, with China, I got the farmers.
Hold on. Where did this come from that, like, DeSantis was against the fucking farm bill all of a sudden? What the shit?
$28 billion.
Oh my God. I bought your fucking votes. You better give them to me, you sons of bitches. That's what this is. I made a deal with China using your old governor to get them to devalue their currency, chuck extra cash my way for the promise of, buying our shit on the low end later, and we could just fake this tariff war. And then, I would get some money. They would just pay me in cash in a tariff, and we just strike this kind of fucking deal. And then I would buy votes with it by infusing it in there. But you motherfuckers want to just make a living.
From China. I went to Sonny Perdue, the Secretary of Agriculture, our Secretary of Agriculture.
You went to him, did you? Didn't he come to you? Aren't you in the Oval Office?
I said, Sonny, the farmers in our country have been treated very badly by China. Most of you that are in the business know that.
Because of what? The actions of their former governor? You just told us a story where their governor met Xi Jinping when he was buying the food from Iowa, and the guy said, this guy's bright, and I think he'll be the president of China one day. What?
And I said, what kind of damage have they done over the last 4, 5, 6 years? And he came back the following day. He said about $28 billion.
Okay, no. He's making up the 4, 5, 6 years because he wants to go back to Obama. This is his tariff. This is his trade war that he was doing, specifically under him. What was it costing them? It was costing them $28 billion. All right, we'll take of the 50 we're getting in from, latching this onto it. We'll just pay it out to the farmers and buy their loyalty, essentially. And to the point where he was like feeding money to companies that weren't even American.
I said, okay, China's going to pay him. And I took it out of the tariffs. I gave the farmers. Any farmer here get checks from me? Because
no.
Right? Yeah.
No.
A lot of jobs too. Remember, I said to everybody, because the farmers were very loyal, they stuck. I said, you know, we're going to go through a nasty process with China. They're not going to want to buy. They're not going to, all of the different things. I said.
Yeah, what was that you said? It was something. It was a very weird thing. It was, where was it?
China, don't buy. None of you buy.
Yeah, I remember that.
We're going to go through this process. Just be loyal. We're going to win, but you have to stay loyal. And,
why?
And they were unbelievable. I watched, as I think NBC Today Show, if you can believe it. I don't know what
I don't believe it.
Was watching it for. But they interviewed a farmer, and he was having a hard time.
A farmer? They found a farmer? Where?
During the administration.
He was having a hard time while you were president.
At the very beginning, he said, no, but President Trump is doing right. China stopped buying. And we made one of the greatest deals. But I don't talk about it because of COVID. I talk about.
Right, yeah, you don't want to talk about that anymore because apparently that was that part of the deal?
USMCA, that's Mexico, Canada. I talk about.
Yeah, there was no contagious disease that came in from Mexico or Canada in particular. I mean, I suppose fentanyl and IPAs. I don't know what Canada. Love you guys.
About the deal with Japan, the deal with South Korea. I don't even talk about the China deal.
Nah, don't. It's probably best.
But China deal is probably the best of all. They have to buy $50 billion worth of our product.
Interesting, because they haven't. And they need the shit. They've never hit that mark.
But I gave the farmers of our country $28 billion. And I said early on, because I knew we were going to win the negotiation, it wasn't even that tough, frankly. But nobody else did it. Bush didn't do it, and Obama didn't do it. Nobody cared. Nobody fought for the farmer. I fought for the farmer.
Again, he doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about. Like the soybean growers in Iowa, they've been selling shit to China forever.
But they didn't.
Look, he just told us how the governor was the main. All right.
Didn't do it. I knew we were going to win, but I said.
Oh, God. You're not winning. China needed the food, you dumb motherfucker. And there is no. They were just buying agricultural goods because that's all they need. China imports 80% of their food.
That you got to remain tough. You got to remain solid. And they were so unbelievable. The farm.
They didn't have a choice. They didn't have a choice. And so when they started griping, you paid them off.
Farmers were so incredible. He said, President Trump is doing the right thing. I mean, we're hurting right now, but he's doing the right thing.
Because this was on Fox.
We have to stick with him. And all of a sudden, the dam broke, and we made an unbelievable deal. And
yes, I don't believe it.
We gave you $28 billion, and I say something.
We gave you $28 billion. You guys owe me your fucking votes.
Sometimes I say it a little bit flippant, and they say, please don't say that. Please, sir, my people, please.
Why do you hire idiots, apparently, who just are constantly like you're surrounded by like cowardly birds, like some sort of Disney villain?
I say,
Listen, I'm going to tell the people what I want to tell them. And you motherfuckers could just stand around trying to make me politically correct. And I listened to you about the pussy grabbing thing, and I've regretted it ever since.
We're going to win Iowa. Well, how do you know, sir? Because I got them $28 billion for the farmers. I'll be flippant. I mean, maybe you'll have an upset. Who the hell else? Biden doesn't even know what a farmer is. Biden. Can you imagine Biden laying
Oh, boy.
in bed at night, tossing and turning, thinking about how he's going to screw China for $28 billion for the farmers? I don't think he's going to be doing that, right?
Does he know anything about the Biden administration's China policy? It is the toughest since before the opening.
Sweating at night.
No, okay, this is projecting.
No, he's a sound sleep. They gave him his milk and they put him to bed. He doesn't give it yet. So anyway, we did a great job for you, and I appreciate it. Listen, so we will
let me finish reading this.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. We got to do it. You know, the most important thing we have to do, and less so in this state because your elections run properly, but
yeah, you don't have to worry about it.
They only focus on the 6 swing states, 7 or 5, depending on your definition of swing.
Yeah, and this isn't a swing state. It's pretty much a lock, so.
Swing state, but those 5 to 7 states, that means so much. And I think we're going to maybe.
Not, which, by the way, of which this is not one.
We do a lot better than that. I think we can run the table in many cases. I think we're going to do a lot better in places that normally wouldn't be considered Republican territory. But
yeah, you thought that last time and you lost handily.
Let's not assume that. And
yeah, I think that's a good strategy.
You look at your 5 or 6 swing states. I think that
I do. I look at those 5 or 6 swing states again, which Iowa is not one. I mean, you guys are a lock. I paid you guys $28 billion. You better fucking vote for me, or I'm gonna let the floods destroy your entire town next time.
That's the only thing I ask, is that I ask those states in particular, less so you, but
less so you, because you're not really a swing state. You're just kind of, I don't know. Honestly, I'm only here because everybody here, they tell me everybody likes me. If I find out that any of you fuckers don't like me, I'm not coming back.
Those states in particular to guard the vote. I use the term guard the vote because we have all the votes we need. We're going to have, I was in Florida yesterday. We're driving about 10 miles to a location for a meeting.
Uh-huh.
And every house had Trump 2024 on it.
Yeah, so you drove by Epstein's old house, I guess.
We have all the votes we need. What we have to do is guard the vote. We don't need, we have found, 1 million votes someplace. When I was watching Pennsylvania, it was so sad to see. We had that state, we were up by, I think, 700,000 votes.
No.
With 73% of the vote, and all of a sudden.
No, you were not up 700,000 votes with 73% of the vote counted.
It was tied. And it was so terrible what happened.
What the ever-loving fuck?
You take a look at the states. So we have it all documented, too. I hope one of the great things about these, if the judge allows us, the judges, that somebody's got to allow this thing to be prosecuted.
All right, now this is just a brain fart. He's just saying shit from 2 years ago, just popping out of his dumbass head.
We want to show.
Thank you, Happy Cobalt, for the super chat.
Know how we won the election, not for purposes of what we want to do is we want to win this one that's coming up because.
Yeah. I mean, it's not. We don't want to really litigate the other one, but we will.
It's a lot simpler. Think to the future, but you have to learn from.
Think of the future. Think to the future. Marty, I'm taking you. Think to the future. All right.
History. If you don't learn from history, you're a fool.
Great. Yeah. Cool. So you lost. What'd you learn?
And we have to learn from history. So I hope that that's going to happen because we.
Yeah, I don't think you will.
We have so much evidence. And everybody knows it, and they know it. The one thing they don't want to talk about is the election. They don't.
No, it's not that we don't want to talk about the election. We just call you a fucking liar, and we call it the big lie. It's not because we don't want to talk about it. That's just our way of talking about it. It's just bullshit, to use one of your favorite words.
They're guilty as hell. They cheated like hell. They know it. And you'll never find out all the ways. But we don't need all the ways because,
No, you don't need to. Like, I mean, I think there's a couple of ways that I guess might be, a little more painful than the other.
You could say it's a back door, but I call it a smart door. Moon River.
You know what I mean?
It was, I think, 22,000 votes separated it. And we have millions and millions of votes. It's a very sad thing. So the most important part of what's coming up is to guard the vote. And you should go into Detroit and you should go into Philadelphia. And
No, Iowa voters cannot go into Detroit and Philadelphia and fucking guard the vote.
You should go into some of these places, Atlanta.
No, and motherfucker, don't listen, Cracker, do not load up your guns and drive to Detroit and Atlanta and think you're gonna fucking, quote, guard the vote, you fucking carpetbagging psychopath. What?
You should go into some of these.
No, you should not. Do not go into these places.
And we got to watch those votes when they come in, when they're being,
Yeah, you know what? That I agree. You can't guard the vote, but you should sit there and go, holy fuck, he is losing.
Shoved around in wheelbarrows and dumped on the floor, and everyone's saying, what's going on? We're like a third world nation.
Well, it'd be good for you to watch it.
Third world nation, and we can't let it happen. So I really appreciate.
Can't let what happen? The wheelbarrows or the dumping of the. I mean, I agree. Those are perfectly good votes. They shouldn't be.
Appreciated caucus captains with all those beautiful hats, and anybody that.
I put white hats and caucus captains on a piece of paper right there, so I thought I'd say it again.
Comes a caucus, we give it to the people that are the captains.
Oh, do you? Is that how the caucus captain hat works? You give it to the people who are the captains? It's a novel approach. I think it'll catch on.
But I think we're going to have a phenomenal night. So it's 7 p.m. on Monday, January 15th, Martin Luther King Day. And I really appreciate that. And I'm very glad they didn't give me any notes, because if I did, I would have been reading. I would have been saying.
And reading is very difficult for you.
Thank you, Lee. Here's Biden. Thank you.
Asshole, that is your notes. You have a whole folder.
I saw.
And he kicked your ass.
I saw something the other day that was incredible.
Okay, he saw something the other day that was incredible. It's not as incredible as the Bobby Knight story.
He's taking questions. And again, I wouldn't talk this way, but he indicted me. Can you imagine?
He did not indict you.
I got indicted. I'd never heard. The Wharton School of Finance, they didn't have a subject on you get indicted. It wasn't like something you think about, right? My father, my mother and father, they're looking down. My son got indicted more than Alphonse Capone. Don't forget.
By the way, your mother would not be surprised, and your father either.
Al Capone was the toughest, meanest guy.
No, he wasn't.
If you had dinner with him and if he smiled the wrong way, where he thought you were maybe smiling about him.
You were smiling or he was smiling? I just need to know who's supposed to be smiling. So if he smiled the wrong way where he thought you were smiling wrong about him, what happened?
With him, and if he smiled the wrong way.
He smiled the wrong way.
He thought you were maybe smiling about him.
Or he thought you were smiling about him. I see.
Or mocking him.
Mocking him with your smile while he's smiling. And you're just you're sitting there. What the fuck are you going to do? You're sitting there across the table from him. He smiled. So you try to smile back, but you don't know if he's really smiling or if it's one of those psycho smiles. So you kind of half smile. And then he's like, are you mocking me with the fucking smile? And then out comes the bat.
You were dead.
Would you get to finish your meal, or he'd make you pick up the check and then bash your brains in?
You're a dead person. Scarface, you ever hear? Al Capone, Scarface. That was where the movie came from.
No. No, Scarface is a different person altogether. Scarface was the... Oh, this motherfucker doesn't even know. I'm gonna have you a job, shithead.
He had a scar from here to here, and he didn't get that scar from playing tiddlywinks. Do we agree? He got indicted one time. I got indicted 4 times for nothing. And I think one of the reasons our polls are so high
is because you pay for them.
They're 25, 30, 40% higher than they might.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's what you're paying for.
And one of the reasons is because of that, because people get it. They don't like.
Yeah, they're excited. I mean, you could tell by the size of the room.
They don't like to see it.
Nah, they don't like to see it.
They've weaponized the Justice Department again.
If only the people that were showing up in the polls would actually vote, which they're not going to because they're all QAnon lunatics. So
against Republicans, against me, against churches.
Oh, terrible.
Against
sinks, washing machines, showers.
Tremendous against parents.
Yeah, against parents. Oh, parents. We hate parents.
I mean, against parents in favor of school boards that are run.
Yeah, against parents and for school boards.
Horribly.
Horrible.
So I think what they did was a big mistake.
Yeah, the big mistake. Which part, the parents or the school board?
I know that they had 2 other options, and they said, don't do it again, don't do it again.
They did. They had other options, and they were like, what? And I was like, yeah. And they're like, sir, though, people don't. And you're like, I don't care. And what are you talking about?
They're going to indict him into the White House. Don't do it again. So it's one of those things, but it's very sad for our
It is one of those things.
country. When that happens, I think it's a very sad day for our country.
It was, sad and hilarious, I would like to say. Just, it was both sad and hilarious. Also, just the two of those things. I think they combine very well.
Here I am like an idiot.
I'm just saying, it's sad in the abstract, our poor country has to go through shit like this. Hilarious that it was you. So
if you would work really hard.
I do. I work really hard. And thank you guys for your support. Like, subscribe, give a thumbs up, support the show, share it around, like the clips and pass them around. That really helps us out. Of course, become a member or a subscriber on your respective site, wherever you are. Make sure that you're all working that night. Bring as
I'm working.
many people as you can to. They don't even have to live here.
Vote.
Yeah, just bring a bunch of people, strangers, and then get in your car and drive immediately to Atlanta to stand outside a black polling place with a gun, because they'll love it. They'll love it. Oh my God. The BLM guy from fucking Connecticut, that one dude, he'll come down and vouch for you. It'll be great. And they all think alike, so it'll be super easy. You just grease right through there. Totally.
And do the caucus like nobody's ever done the caucus before.
Yeah, that's right.
To vote and do the caucus like nobody's ever done the caucus before.
Yeah, do the caucus like nobody's ever done the caucus before. Come on, bring the caucus. You got a caucus right now.
And we're going to win that, but we have to win the other. And I think that sends.
Yeah, that or one of them.
It's a really good set. The more we win, they're going to see that signal.
Yeah, the more we win, it's better than the more places where we're going to lose. So we've seen the polling, and we know that we're going to lose a bunch of other places. So we've got to win this first, so people think I'm inevitable, because inevitable is the only reason I have any lead at all. Once the inevitability goes, I'm absolutely fucked. So
for the November election, and we have to win. You know, the one way you do win is you swamp them.
That's right. No, well, not.
We have to slab it.
Yeah, you can swamp or slab. Slabbing the swamp is.
We have to slab it.
I agree. I mean,
if you swamp them, there's a point at which they can only cheat so much. They will.
I agree, but really, you should.
We have to slab it.
I think so.
Cheat. They're going to try and cheat like hell. It's so sad to see. It's so sad to have to report. But if
yes, thank you for being our reporter.
We swamp them, and part of swamping them is winning the primaries in record numbers. That I think.
That's right. You got to.
We have to slab it.
You got to slab those caucuses and swamp the primaries.
We're going to do that. We seem to be doing it everywhere.
Yeah, you seem to be doing it before you've done it, and you'll probably do it after.
We love you very much. Thank you very much. And
who's we?
Remember that date. Remember that date. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Oh, he's over it. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? The sound just popped up afterwards because they turned on the house mic. Sorry, 1 second. I gotta check this out. I'm gonna sex you up. Trump country. Make America great again. The big QR code. Trump stops in the Hawkeye state. Mm-hmm. It's nice to be in the Ant-Man state. I don't know if he kind of glad hands a little bit. He's pressing the flesh because he has to. This is what you do when you're a new candidate. I gotta say, like, people are like, he's so down to earth. Like, this motherfucker's just selling shit. There he is. Okay, thank you. I gotta go take a Biden, which is what I call a nap. It's so good to see you. Not too good. Let me sign your hat. Would you like me to sign your? I'll sign your sign and sign your. There we go. There you go. Okay, I chucked the hat. Thank you. See you later. Okay, I'm done. Bye. It's a room full of your. You could literally mill around and meet all your caucus captains in this. They could have the white hat people come back and literally talk to you because they're the captains. You could get them around and have a dinner with them or something. There are not that many of them. They could bring their families and kids and yeah. But fuck that. By the way, did you guys notice he's exiting and whoops and the fuck you quit it. Escape. There we go. He's leaving, it's fucking, you can see the outside. It's daytime because he's going to do that Cedar Rapids thing. So he literally, there's the door right out to the fucking parking lot. Can you imagine what it feels like after landing on Air Force One and walking to listen to Lee Greenwood, a whole song play while you walk from the tarmac to a fucking stadium full of people or sort of a mid-level venue full of people or whatever, but gathering for you in the huge yelling and all that kind of shit. And then 3 years after your presidency, You're fucking at a dining hall at a VFW, glad handing with precinct captains at the fucking Iowa caucus. Like, this asshole's gonna have to eat a corn dog this time. He's not gonna be able to skip any of this shit. He can't lose a fucking number. Because again, inevitability is his only tool. Yeah, the Secret Service does make it look like a bigger place. But literally, you can see right out that window that it's still fucking daylight. And he's like, okay, thanks, great job, everybody, bye. And then he has to go do another one of these. Like, and again, he's fucking old. This is terrible. This is a mistake. This is dumb. The fact that they make this dude, like, he's going around meeting with these caucus captains, you know, for January, and he's got to hit this state this fucking hard at this point in his fame, and the fact that he's already been a president, the fact that he has to retread the fucking caucus to just make sure that nobody else gains any ground. Dude is fucking done. Ugh. It's so bad. But you know what's good? You guys, you're so good. We love you. You're so good. So good. I'm going to go eat something and snuggle with my girl. And then, because I got a long drive ahead of me in the morning as I head out to LA, and then I'm there through the week. And I will be moving around a bunch, but I'm going to try and make the shows as good as I can, especially on Wednesday. Wish me luck. I'm bringing more gear with me this time than I brought in a while. And it'll be a similar thing to, like, at least when I go, like, take my kid to my dad's for the holiday for part of it, their internet's pretty solid and his office is pretty big. So I'm able to set up there fairly well. But wish me luck, and hopefully we'll get, everything will run relatively smoothly when I'm doing the shows there. Fingers crossed, we'll see. But regardless, I love you guys and I appreciate you. And thanks for hanging out. I went a little extra long tonight because we're not having a show tomorrow. Hope that's okay, and stuff and other things. And you're wonderful. Okay, bye.